fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we begin a chronicle of the small and the overlooked. We turn our gaze to the halflings, the little folk, the hobbits who appeared quietly in the vales of Anduin and changed the fate of all the world. This is the story of three kindreds wandering west, of the Shire's green founding, of pipeweed and comfort and 6 meals a day, and of 4 small heroes who carried a ring into the fires of doom. From mysterious origins in the Third Age's dawn to the Fourth Age's peaceful plenty, we trace the complete tale of a people who loved comfort above glory yet proved braver than the mightiest warriors. From the vales of Anduin to the fires of Mount Doom, from the founding of the Shire to the Grey Haven's shore, we follow a folk who saved Middle-earth precisely because they were small and overlooked. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade, and journey with me into this chronicle of courage and comfort, of hobbits and heroism, of the small folk who proved that size matters, not when hearts are true. If these tales stir something in your heart, please like and subscribe to join our fellowship of story lovers. Drop a comment below telling me where in our wide world you're listening from tonight, for every voice makes our circle stronger. Now the tale begins. In the early years of the Third Age, when the great powers of Middle-earth turned their eyes toward wars and kingdoms and the slow fading of the elves, a small people lived unnoticed in the wide valley lands along the river Anduin. They were called Hobbits, though they had other names for themselves in their own tongues, and they were a folk content to remain beneath the notice of wizards and kings. History does not record the hour of their first awakening or the manner of their making, for hobbits kept no written chronicles in those distant days, and their memories reached back only through the mist of grandfathers' tales. They simply were, as the grass is, and the small birds that nest in hedgerows, part of the world's fabric without need of grand origin or destiny. The hobbits were divided into 3 kindreds, each differing from the others in habit and appearance, yet sharing the common marks of their race. All were small folk, standing between 2 and 4 feet in height, with tough, leathery soles to their feet that needed no shoes even on rough ground. Their faces were broad and good-natured, their eyes bright, and their hands surprisingly deft and strong for people of such modest size. They loved peace and quiet and good-tilled earth, and their greatest desire was a comfortable life with regular meals and the company of their own kind. The Harfoots were the most numerous of the 3 kindreds. They were browner of skin than the others, smaller and shorter, and they preferred highlands and hillsides for their dwellings. These folk were the friendliest with dwarves in ancient times, and they lingered longest in the foothills of the misty mountains before the westward wandering began. They went barefoot always, for their feet grew natural leathery pads, and they had no beards to speak of. The Stewards were broader and heavier in build than their cousins. They were the only hobbits who sometimes grew facial hair, and their hands and feet were larger. And they alone among the 3 kindreds were known to wear boots in muddy weather and to use boats upon rivers. The Stewards loved flat riverlands, and they were more friendly with men than the other kindreds were. They came west latest of all the 3 peoples, and many of them settled in marshy country or along riversides where they could fish and swim, for they were less afraid of water than other hobbits. The Falahides were the least numerous kindred. They were taller and slimmer than the others, fairer of skin and hair, and they loved trees and woodland better than their cousins did. These were the most adventurous of hobbits. if such a word can be used for a folk who thought even a day's journey from home a great expedition. The Falahites were friendly with elves in the ancient days, and they learned something of elvish craft and language, which made them seem strange to their more practical cousins. They had more skill with words and song than the other kindreds, and they preferred hunting to agriculture, though they still loved the comfort of a well-appointed hole. All three kindreds lived their quiet lives in the vales of Anduin. Through the first millennium of the Third Age, they dwelt in holes dug into hillsides or riverbanks. For even in those early days, hobbits preferred to live in burrows rather than houses built above ground. A proper hobbit hole had round doors and windows, well-ordered rooms, and many pantries. 4 hobbits were fond of eating, and they stored food against hard times with the prudence of folk who remembered hunger. They grew crops in small gardens, kept bees, and raised a few animals, and they troubled no one and asked only to be left alone in return. The world around them was changing in those centuries. Greenwood the Great was darkening as a shadow grew in its southern reaches, and men were multiplying and spreading through the vales and across the plains. Elves were withdrawing westward toward the sea, and dwarves delved ever deeper into their mountain halls. But the hobbits noticed little of these great movements, for they lived simply and close to the earth, concerned with harvests and weather and family matters rather than the doings of the high and mighty. Yet even hobbits could not remain forever isolated from the turning of the ages. The shadow growing in Greenwood began to trouble the lands nearby, and darker things than wolves or bears began to prowl the forest eaves. Men were pressing into the vales in greater numbers, and their wars and feuds made the river country less peaceful than it had been. The hobbits began to feel uneasy in their ancient homes, though they could not have named the cause of their disquiet. So the thought of wandering came upon them, slowly at first, just whispers among the families and clans. The Harfoots spoke of hills to the west where the land was quieter, where a folk might live undisturbed by the troubles of greater peoples. The Falahides heard tales from travelling elves of fair lands beyond the mountains where the trees grew tall and the grass was green. Even the Stewards, who loved their riversides, began to wonder if there might not be better streams in western lands, quieter waters where a hobbit might fish in peace. The hobbits kept no grand annals of this time, and the reasons for their westward migration were never written down in any book that survived to later ages. Perhaps it was simply the nature of their people to seek comfort and safety above all else, and the vales of Anduin were becoming less comfortable with each passing year. Perhaps some deeper instinct moved them, the same sense that tells small creatures when to seek shelter before a storm. Whatever the cause, in the first decades of the second millennium of the Third Age, the hobbits began their long, slow journey toward the west. They did not go all at once in a great migration. Hobbits were not a people given to grand organized movements or heroic expeditions. Instead, families departed one by one, clans followed after, and over the course of many years the 3 kindreds began to thin in the vales of Anduin as they spread westward toward the mountains. They travelled slowly, settling for a time in one place before moving on. 4 hobbits did not like to rush, and they needed frequent meals on any journey. The great powers of Middle-earth took no notice of this migration. What were a few families of small folk to lords who commanded armies and shaped the fates of kingdoms? But the hobbits themselves would look back on this decision in later ages and know it for what it was. The choice to leave the vales of Anduin, made slowly and without grand purpose, was the first step on a road that would lead through many perils and marvels to deeds beyond imagining. The Harfoots were the first to move, around the year 1000 of the Third Age. Families of this kindred began crossing westward from the vales of Anduin toward the great wall of the misty mountains that stood blue and distant on the horizon. They went quietly, as was their nature, without fanfare or formal farewells, simply packing their belongings into carts and leading their few animals onto the road. One season a Harfoot family would still be tending their garden plot by the Anduin, and the next season their hull would stand empty, and their cousins would say only that they had gone west, seeking better land. The reasons for leaving multiplied with each passing year. Greenwood the Great, which had been a fair forest in elder days, was darkening into Mirkwood, as men would later name it. The shadow that had taken root in Dol Guldur in the south of the forest was spreading its influence northward, and though the hobbits did not understand the nature of that evil, they felt its effect. The woods grew dangerous and unwelcoming, and creatures that had once been merely wild became savage and strange. The Harfoots had always been a cautious people, quick to sense danger and quicker still to avoid it. They had no warriors among them, and no desire to stand against darkness when they might simply walk away from it. So they walked, choosing safety over ancestral lands, and their cousins watched them go with a mixture of concern and curiosity. The Falahides and Stewards remained in the vales for a time, but they marked the Harfoot departure and wondered if their smaller, browner cousins might not have the right of it. The journey west was not undertaken lightly, despite the hobbits' practical reasons for leaving. The lands between the Anduin and the Misty Mountains were wide and often empty, crossed by few roads and troubled by wandering dangers. Wolves hunted in packs across the plains, and wilder things prowled the night. The Harfoots travelled by day and sought shelter before dark, and they moved in family groups for safety. For even a hobbit knew that small folk alone in the wild were vulnerable to many perils. Yet they found the journey less terrible than they had feared. Men dwelt scattered across those lands, descendants of the Edan who had not gone to Numenor in the ancient days, and many of these men were friendly enough to passing hobbits. The Harfoots traded their small crafts and handiwork for food and directions, and they learned which valleys were safe and which were best avoided. They encountered dwarves too, travelling the great roads between their mountain kingdoms, and the dwarves took little notice of the small folk beyond a nod of acknowledgement and a warning about orc bands in the high passes. The first Harfoot families to reach the Misty Mountains stared up at the tremendous peaks with dismay. These were not the gentle hills of the vales of Anduin, but vast stone ramparts that reached into the clouds, their flanks steep and their heights crowned with eternal snow. The hobbits had never seen such mountains, and they stood uncertain at the feet of the range, wondering if they had come so far only to find their path blocked by impassable stone. But necessity drove them forward, and they searched along the mountain routes until they found passes that even small folk might cross. The high pass north of Rivendell became the favoured route for the Harfoots. It was not an easy road, for the path climbed steeply and the heights were cold even in summer, but it was passable for determined travellers willing to endure hardship. The hobbits crossed in family groups during the warmer months, driving their few animals before them and carrying their possessions on their backs. Many things were lost or abandoned on that crossing, for the climb was hard and choices had to be made about what was essential and what was merely treasured. On the western side of the mountains, the Harfoots found the lands of Eriador spreading before them. This was a different country than the Vales of Anduin, wider and wilder, with fewer men and more open spaces. Great forests stood in the south, and gentle hills rolled away to the north, and rivers ran clear from the mountains toward the distant sea. The hobbits looked upon these lands and saw possibility, for here was room enough for a small folk to settle undisturbed by the greater peoples and their wars. The migration was not a single event, but a slow drift of population that continued across several generations. One family would cross the mountains and settle in some pleasant valley, and word would drift back to cousins still in the vales that good land had been found. Another family would follow, and then another, until the trickle became a steady stream of Harfoot folk moving westward. By the year 1050, the migration was well established, and Harfoot communities were forming on the western side of the Misty Mountains. The Falahides watched this movement with growing interest. They were less numerous than the Harfoots, but more adventurous in spirit, and the tales of western lands appealed to their love of new places and growing things. The Falahides had maintained friendships with elves through the years, and from the elves they heard of fair realms in Eriador, of Rivendell, hidden in its valley, and Lindon, far to the west, where the last of the Noldor dwelt. These tales stirred something in the Falahide hearts, and they began to consider that perhaps the Harfoots had chosen wisely in seeking new homes. The Stewars were the most reluctant to leave. They loved their riversides in the Vales of Anduin, and they were less troubled by the shadow in the forest than their more nervous cousins. The Stewars were friendly with men, and they had established good relations with the human settlements along the river, trading fish and river goods for the products of farm and forge. They saw no reason to abandon secure homes for the uncertainty of unknown lands beyond impassable mountains. Yet even the Stewars felt the changing times. The shadow in Greenwood continued to spread, and the forest grew darker with each passing decade. Men were multiplying, and their numbers brought conflict, small wars and feuds that made the Vales less peaceful than they had been. The Stewars began to wonder if the time might come when they too would need to seek new homes. But for now they remained, the last hobbit kindred still living in the ancient lands where their people had first appeared. The wandering days had begun in earnest, and though the hobbits did not know it, they had started on a journey that would carry them far from their origins and into the great tales of Middle-earth. They sought only peace and good land and the quiet life that was their nature. But the world had other purposes in store for them. By the year 1050 of the Third Age, the Harfoot migration was well underway. Families continued to cross the high pass in steady numbers, and settlements were spreading across the western lands. The hobbits found Eriador much to their liking, for it was a country of gentle hills and quiet valleys where a small folk might live undisturbed. Some Harfoots settled in the lands south of Rivendell. Others pushed further west toward the Weather Hills, and still others made their homes in the pleasant country north of the great road that ran from the Grey Havens to the ford of Bruinen. The Harfoots were not builders of great halls or cities. They dug their holes into hillsides, as they had done in the Vales of Anduin, making comfortable burrows with round doors and well-stocked pantries. They tilled small gardens and kept to themselves. and the other peoples of Eriador scarcely noticed their presence. Around the year 1150, the Falahides began their own westward migration. They were fewer in number than the Harfoots, but they moved with more purpose. For the Falahides had always been the most adventurous of the three kindreds. They took the same northern route through the high pass that the Harfoots had pioneered. Though being taller and stronger than their brown cousins, they found the crossing somewhat easier. The Falahides brought with them a love of trees and woodcraft and a knowledge of elvish ways that set them apart from the more practical Harfoots. The Falahides did not settle in the same lands as the Harfoots. Being lovers of woodland, they sought out the forested regions of Eriador and made their homes among the trees. Many Falahides settled in the lands north of the Great Road where ancient forests still stood, and some ventured as far as the borders of the Shire lands that would one day be granted to their descendants. They maintained their friendship with elves, and they learned the roads to Rivendell and to the Grey Havens, walking paths that the Harfoots would never have dared to tread. The coming of the Falahides changed the character of Hobbit settlement in Eriador, where the Harfoots had been content to farm their gardens and keep to their holes. The Falahides brought skills of hunting and woodcraft and a certain boldness of spirit. The two kindreds did not always mix easily, for the Harfoots thought the Falahides reckless and the Falahides thought the Harfoots timid. But they were still one people, and they helped each other when need arose. In later generations, the kindreds would intermarry and blend, but in these early days of settlement, each kept largely to their own. The Stuars remained longest in the vales of Anduin. Decades passed, and then a century, and still the Stuars lingered in their ancient homeland while their cousins made new lives in the west. But the shadow continued to grow in what was now being called Mirkwood, and the Stuars found their riverside dwellings less pleasant with each passing year. Men were pressing into the vales in greater numbers, and their presence brought conflict and change that the hobbits had no wish to be part of. Finally, around the year 1300, the Stuars too began to move west, but they did not take the northern route through the high pass as their cousins had done. The Stuars were a broader, heavier people than the Harfoots or Falahides, and they brought with them more goods and tools. For they were craftsmen of a sort, and they would not abandon everything they had built. They chose instead the Redhorn Pass far to the south, a different route entirely that brought them into different lands on the western side of the mountains. The Stuars spread through the southern regions of Eriador. Some settled in the lands around Tharbad, where the great north-south road crossed the river Gwathlo. For these were river folk who loved water, and the Gwathlo was a mighty stream that reminded them of the Anduin. Others moved into Dunland and the regions of Inid Waith, finding their lands less populated by men, where they might live in relative peace. Still others settled in the angle, that wedge of land between the Horwell and the Loudwater, where the two rivers met before joining the Gwathlo far to the south. Yet not all the Stuars departed from the vales of Anduin. Many families chose to remain in the ancient homeland despite the growing darkness. These Stuars stayed in the Gladden Fields, that marshy region where the Gladden River joined the Anduin, living much as their ancestors had lived. They fished the river and tended small plots of land and kept their old ways, and they would remain there for another 1,000 years until the shadow of Dol Guldur finally drove them out. From these Stuars who stayed would come Smeagol and Deagle in a later age, though that tale was still far in the future. The three kindreds were now separated by the width of the misty mountains, The Harfoots and Falahides had mingled in Eriador and were already beginning to blend into a single people. Though differences of character and custom still distinguished them, the Stuas remained apart, both those who had crossed to the west and those who lingered still in the Gladden fields, and they maintained their own ways and speech. The Hobbits were diverging, each kindred adapting to the lands where they had settled and the peoples they lived among. In Eriador, the Hobbits found themselves neighbours to greater folk than they had known in the Vales, elves, dwelt in Rivendell and in Lindon by the sea, and the Hobbits learned to recognise the signs of elvish presence and to avoid disturbing the fair folk in their hidden places. Dwarves travelled the great road in companies, going to and from their mansions in the Blue Mountains. And though dwarves and hobbits had little to say to one another, they coexisted peacefully enough. Men lived scattered across Eriador in small settlements and farmsteads, descendants of the Edain who had remained in Middle-earth when their kindred sailed to Númenor long ago. The hobbits kept to themselves as much as possible, and the other peoples largely ignored them. What were a few families of small folk to elves who remembered the elder days, or 2 men who farmed the wide lands, or 2 dwarves who delved for treasure in ancient hills? The hobbits were content to be overlooked and unnoticed, for that had always been their preference. They wanted only to tend their gardens and eat their meals and live in peace. And in Eriador they found lands wide enough and empty enough that a small folk might do just that. The great kingdom of Arnar stood in those days, though it was already long divided into 3 realms. The hobbits lived under the distant protection of that kingdom without much knowing it. 4 rangers patrolled the wildlands and kept them safer than they otherwise would have been. The hobbits paid no taxes and owed no service, for they were too few and too insignificant for the kings to take notice of, but they benefited nonetheless from the order that Arnor maintained across the northern lands. The wandering days were not yet over, for the hobbits would move again before they found their final home. But the great crossing of the mountains was complete, and the 3 kindreds had established themselves in the wide lands of Eriador. They were no longer the same people they had been in the Vales of Anduin, for the journey and the new lands had changed them, and they would continue to change as the years passed and new generations grew up knowing only the western lands as home. The hobbits settling in Eriador found themselves in a land far different from the quiet vales of Anduin. Here the elder peoples still walked openly, and the marks of ancient kingdoms lay upon the earth. The hobbits had lived their entire history in obscurity, noticed by none and troubling no one, but in Eriador they could not remain entirely hidden. The lands were too well travelled, and the other folk too numerous for a migrating people to pass completely unseen. The first encounters with elves came early, for the elven folk still dwelt in Eriador in those days, and their roads crossed the lands where hobbits were settling. A family of Harfoots, digging their new hole into a hillside, would look up to find tall figures in grey cloaks, watching from the edge of the wood, silent and still as deer. The hobbits would freeze, uncertain whether to flee or stay, and then the elves would nod gravely and pass on without speaking. The hobbits never forgot those first sightings, and they passed down to their children a healthy respect for the fair folk and a desire to avoid troubling them. The Falahides, being bolder and having some elvish friendship from the old days, sought out the elves more deliberately. They learned the hidden path to Rivendell where Elrond half-elven kept his house, and some Falahides made the journey there to seek counsel or simply to marvel at the beauty of that fair valley. Elrond received them kindly, as he did all who came to his house in peace, and he gave them such help as small folk might need. The Falahides learned much from these visits about the lands of Eriador and the peoples who dwelt there, and they carried that knowledge back to their less adventurous cousins. Other hobbits encountered elves on the roads or in the woodlands. Companies of elves passed through Eriador on their way to the Grey Havens and the ships that would bear them over the sea. And sometimes these travellers would pause to share food with hobbits they met along the way. The elves spoke little of themselves or their purposes, but they gave warnings about dangerous places and told the hobbits which lands were safe for settlement. The hobbits listened carefully, for they knew the elves had knowledge far beyond their own, and they marked well the advice they received. The hobbits learned to recognize the signs of elvish presence, a certain stillness in the air, a quality of light in a particular grove, the sound of singing carried on the wind from no visible source. When they sensed these signs, they would quietly withdraw and leave the elves to their own affairs. For hobbits understood that the fair folk valued their privacy as much as hobbits valued theirs. This mutual respect for boundaries served both peoples well, and though hobbits and elves never became close friends as a rule, they coexisted peacefully in the lands they shared. Dwarves were encountered less frequently but more directly. The Great East Road ran through Eriador from the Grey Havens to the lands beyond the Misty Mountains, and dwarf companies travelled that road regularly, going to and from the Blue Mountains where their ancient mansions stood. The hobbits learned to recognize the sound of dwarf boots on stone and the sight of their banners on the horizon, and they would watch from their holes as the companies passed by with their laden ponies and their axes gleaming. The Harfoots remembered their old friendship with dwarves from the days in the vales of Anduin, and they were not afraid to approach the dwarf companies when they passed nearby. The dwarves would trade with hobbits readily enough, exchanging metal tools and well-wrought goods for the simple crafts and foodstuffs that hobbits produced. These transactions were conducted with few words, for dwarves were not a talkative people, and hobbits were shy around folk so much larger and gruffer than themselves. But both sides found the trade profitable. From the dwarves, the hobbits learned something of metalworking and stonecraft, though hobbits never developed much skill in these areas. What the hobbits valued more was the dwarves' knowledge of the land, for dwarves knew every road and pass and could warn of dangers that hobbits might not otherwise discover until too late. A dwarf warning about orc movements in the mountains or wolves gathering in a particular region was worth heeding, and the hobbits learned to listen when the dwarf companies spoke of such things. Men were more numerous in Eriador than elves or dwarves, and the hobbits had more regular contact with them. These were not the proud Dundane who ruled in Arno's cities, but simple farming folk, descendants of the Edain who had lived in these lands since ancient times. They dwelt in small villages and isolated farmsteads, working the soil and raising animals, and they lived lives not entirely unlike those of hobbits, though on a larger scale. The hobbits found these men generally friendly, though wary of the strange small folk who had appeared in their lands. Trade developed gradually as hobbits and men learned to trust one another. Hobbits would bring their handiwork and garden produce to human settlements and exchange them for things they could not make themselves. The men marveled at the fine quality of hobbit weaving and the skill with which hobbits could work leather and wood. and the hobbits appreciated the iron tools and woven cloth that men could provide in return. Some hobbits, particularly among the stewards, who had always been friendlier with men, settled near human villages and learned something of the language and customs of the bigger folk. These hobbits served as intermediaries when their shire cousins needed to deal with men, translating not just words but intentions and explaining hobbit ways to confused humans and human ways to bewildered hobbits. Through these contacts, the hobbits learned the common speech more fully, for in the vales of Anduin they had spoken their own tongues and had little need of the language that men and dwarves used for trade. The greatest protection the hobbits enjoyed in Eriador came from a source they barely understood. The kingdom of Arna stood in those days, ruled by the descendants of Elendil, who had come from drowned Númenor in the distant past. The kings of Arnor maintained order across the northern lands, and their rangers patrolled the wild places to keep them safe from orc raids and the incursions of evil things from the mountains and the waste. The hobbits paid no taxes to the kingdom and swore no oaths of allegiance, for they were too few and insignificant to be counted among the king's subjects. But they benefited greatly from the peace that Arna enforced, though they knew it not. The rangers of the north passed through hobbit settlements occasionally, tall, grim men in weather-stained cloaks who spoke little and watched everything. The hobbits were uneasy around these men, sensing something different about them, a quality of ancient nobility mixed with present hardship that the simple farming folk did not possess. The rangers took no payment for their protection and asked nothing of the hobbits save that they report any strange movements or evil creatures they might observe. The hobbits were happy to provide such reports, though they rarely saw anything worth reporting. Through these encounters with elves and dwarves and men, the hobbits learned their place in the wider world of Eriador. They were the smallest and least of the free peoples, without kingdoms or armies or ancient glories to their name. But they were learning to survive in a land more populous and more dangerous than the Vales of Anduin had been, and they were establishing relationships with their neighbors that would serve them well in the centuries to come. They remained hobbits still, loving comfort and peace above all else. But they were becoming a people of Eriador, now rather than wanderers from the distant east. The hobbits had crossed the mountains and met the elder peoples, but they had not yet found their final home. The lands of Eriador were wide, and many regions remained unsettled, and the hobbits continued to spread westward and northward in search of the best country for their small communities. Each kindred sought lands that suited their particular nature, and so the hobbits scattered across Eriador in a pattern that would shape their descendants for generations to come. The Harfoots, being the most numerous, established the largest settlements. Many families made their homes in the Angle, that wedge of land where the rivers Mithithel and Bruinen met before flowing south together. This was pleasant country with gentle hills and good soil, well watered and sheltered from the worst winds. The Harfoots dug their holes into the hillsides overlooking the rivers and planted their gardens in the rich bottomlands. They lived simply and kept to themselves, and the years passed peacefully in that quiet corner of Eriador. Other Harfoots pushed further into the lands south and west of the Angle. They found rolling country dotted with small woods and crossed by clear streams, and they settled wherever the ground seemed suitable for burrows and gardens. The Harfoots were conservative by nature, and they changed little from the ways they had known in the Vales of Anduin. They grew the same crops, kept the same customs, and passed down the same stories, adding only new tales of the mountains they had crossed and the strange tall folk they had encountered in the western lands. The Falahides spread northward toward the lands around Furnost. This was the capital of Arna in those days, a great city by the North Downs where the kings of the Dúnedain held their court. The Falahides did not settle in the city itself, for hobbits had no love of stone walls and crowds, but they made their homes in the woodlands and hills surrounding the realm, being taller and bolder than the Harfoots. The Falahides ventured closer to the dwellings of men and maintained more regular contact with the larger folk. Some Falahides even provided services to the men of Arnor, working as guides in the woodlands or as messengers between settlements. This was strange behavior for hobbits, who generally preferred to avoid notice rather than seek employment from the big folk. But the Falahides had always been different. They learned more of the common speech through these contacts, and they absorbed something of human culture. Though they remained hobbits at heart and returned gladly to their holes when their work was done. The Stewars settled in different regions entirely. Some made their homes in Dunland, that rough country south of the Angle where men of a darker and more suspicious nature dwelt. The Stewars got along well enough with these Dunlendings, for the Stewars had always been friendlier with men than their cousins were. They traded their rivercraft and fishing skills for the products of human farms and forges, and they maintained their old ways of life in a new land. Other Stewars remained in the Angle alongside the Harfoots, though they chose different dwelling places, where the Harfoots preferred hillsides. The Stewars settled near the rivers themselves, for they loved water, and they were the only hobbits who knew anything of boats and swimming. These riverside Stewars maintained their distinct customs, and they were regarded as somewhat strange by the Harfoots, who thought that anyone who would willingly go on water must be peculiar indeed. The hobbits lived under the protection of Arna through these centuries, though most of them scarcely realized it. The kingdom maintained order across the northern lands, and the rangers kept watch over the wild places. Orcs rarely came down from the mountains in those days, and wolves were kept in check. And the hobbits benefited from this safety without understanding how much effort was required to maintain it. They simply knew that Eriador was a safer land than the Vales of Anduin had been, and they were content. The protection of Arna was not absolute. Raiders sometimes came from the east or from Angmar in the far north, and there were years when the hobbits had to hide in their holes while armed men passed through their lands. The hobbits learned to read the signs of trouble, to mark when the rangers seemed more watchful than usual, or when refugees came fleeing from some conflict to the north. In such times the hobbits would stock their pantries and bar their doors and wait for the danger to pass. But these troubles were infrequent in the early centuries of hobbit settlement in Eriador. The kingdom of Arnor was still strong, though it had divided into 3 realms, and the Dúnedain maintained their watch over the lands they had been given by the elves long ago. The hobbits multiplied slowly in their scattered settlements, and they adapted to the rhythms of life in Eriador. Children were born who had never seen the misty mountains, except as a distant blue wall on the eastern horizon. And grandchildren grew up who knew the Vales of Anduin only from fireside stories that grew vaguer with each telling. The 3 kindreds continued to drift apart in custom and speech during these years. The Harfoots in the Angle developed their own dialect and their own traditions, shaped by their isolated life between the rivers. The Falahides near Fernost absorbed more human influence, and their speech took on words and phrases from the common tongue. The Stuars in Dunland maintained the oldest ways, changing least of all the kindreds, but they grew more comfortable with men than any other hobbits were. Yet they remained one people for all their differences. A Harfoot could still recognize a Falahide or a Stuar as kin, and the wandering hobbit families that moved between settlements maintained connections between the scattered communities. Marriages occasionally occurred between the kindreds, and these unions helped to prevent the hobbits from dividing into entirely separate peoples. The blood of all three kindreds flowed in many hobbit lines, and this mixing would become more common in the centuries ahead. The hobbits established no central government during these years. They had no king or council, no written laws or formal authorities. Each settlement managed its own affairs, and every family head ruled his own household as he saw fit. This lack of organization would have been chaos among men or dwarves, but hobbits were not ambitious folk, and they had little need of formal government. Custom and common sense sufficed to settle most disputes, and the rare serious conflicts were resolved by the judgment of the eldest and most respected hobbits in a community. The centuries from 1300 to 1500 of the Third Age were quiet years for the hobbits. They grew in numbers but slowly, for hobbits did not multiply as rapidly as men, and they lived longer. They spread gradually across more of Eriador as sons and daughters left their parents, settlements to establish new holes in unclaimed lands. They learned the ways of their new home and forgot much of their origins in the east. They became a people of Eriador, rooted in the western lands, though they did not yet have a country they could truly call their own. The wandering days were not quite finished, for one more great migration awaited the hobbits. But for now they lived in scattered peace across the northern lands, farming their gardens and raising their families, content in their obscurity and asking nothing more than to be left alone to pursue the quiet life that was their nature and their greatest desire. The kingdom of Arna had long been divided when the hobbits first settled in Eriador, but the division grew worse with the passing years. What had been one realm under Elendor's heirs became 3 kingdoms after the year 861 of the Third Age, and these 3 did not love one another as brothers should. Arthedain in the north held Fernost and claimed the true kingship. Cardolan in the south ruled the lands between the Brandywine and the Grey Flood. Ruda in the east held the Angle and the lands toward the mountains, and it was the smallest and poorest of the 3 realms. The hobbits understood little of these divisions. They knew that men wore different badges and followed different lords, and they learned to recognize which settlements owed allegiance to which kingdom. But the politics of the Dunedain meant nothing to small folk who wanted only to tend their gardens in peace. The hobbits paid no taxes to any of the 3 kingdoms, and they involved themselves in no disputes. They simply lived as they always had, hoping that the troubles of great folk would pass them by. In the year 1356, war broke out between Arthedain and Rutbor. The causes of the conflict were complex and rooted in old grievances about succession and territory, but the hobbits cared nothing for the reasons. They cared only that armed men were suddenly marching through lands where hobbits dwelt, and that the Angle where so many Harfoots and Stuars had settled became a battleground. Armies clashed along the rivers and soldiers from both sides took what they needed from the countryside without asking permission or offering payment. The stewards living in the angle found themselves caught between the warring kingdoms. Their holes were too close to the fighting, and their gardens were trampled by the passage of troops. Some stewards tried to remain, hiding in their burrows and hoping the conflict would end quickly. But the war dragged on, and the angle became increasingly dangerous. Finally, many steward families made the decision to leave, packing what they could carry and abandoning homes they had occupied for generations. These displaced stewards moved south and west, seeking lands far from the conflict. Many travelled into the regions that would one day become the South Farthing of the Shire, settling in the pleasant country between the Brandywine and the hills. Others went further south into Cardlan's territory or west toward the lands claimed by Arthedain. The migration was not organized or planned, but simply a desperate flight from danger. Families leaving when they could no longer endure the chaos of war. Rudor fared badly in the conflicts that followed. The kingdom had always been the weakest of the three, and evil men out of Angmar in the far north began to infiltrate its lands. By the year 1409, Rudor had fallen under the control of the Witch King of Angmar, though the hobbits knew him only as a source of terror from the north. The few hobbits who remained in the angle fled when Rudor became a servant of darkness, for even hobbits could sense when a land had turned evil. Cardolan suffered an even worse fate. The Great Plague came out of the east in 1636, sweeping across Middle-earth and killing vast numbers in every land it touched. Cardolan was devastated by the plague, and its people died in multitudes. The hobbits suffered less than men from the sickness, for reasons no one understood. But they still lost many to the fever, and they mourned their dead according to their customs. When the plague finally passed, Cardolan was a broken realm, its population shattered and its strength gone. The Barrow Downs in Cardolan became haunted after the plague. Evil spirits took up residence in the ancient burial mounds, and the hobbits learned to avoid that region entirely. They told stories to their children about the wights that dwelt in the barrows, warning them never to approach those hills, lest they be taken by the dead things that walked there. The hobbits had always been wary of ancient places, but now they had good reason for their caution. Only Arthedain endured through all these troubles, though it was diminished and struggling. The northern kingdom maintained its watch over what remained of Arna's territory, and its rangers continued to patrol the wild lands. But Arthedain was now surrounded by ruins and enemies, and it stood alone against threats that grew stronger with each passing year. The hobbits in the north lived under Arthedain's fading protection, and they were grateful for what safety the kingdom could still provide. The hobbits kept their heads down through all these conflicts and catastrophes. They had no armies to contribute and no heroes to send to the wars of men. When danger came near, they hid in their holes and waited for it to pass. And when the land was safe again, they emerged to rebuild what had been damaged and replant what had been destroyed. This was the Hobbit way, and it served them well enough, for they survived when greater peoples fell. But survival came at a cost. The hobbits learned to live with constant low-level fear, never quite sure when the next conflict might erupt or where the next danger might come from. They became more cautious and more insular, less willing to venture far from their settlements or to trust the larger folk. The boldest hobbits, those with Falahide blood who might have sought adventure, now stayed close to home. There was no glory to be found in Eriador anymore, only danger and death. Eriador itself was growing wilder. With Cardolan fallen and Rudor corrupted and Arthedain struggling to maintain order, vast stretches of land lay empty or were inhabited only by wolves and worse things. The roads became dangerous and few travelers passed along them. Settlements that had once traded with their neighbors now stood isolated, and many were abandoned entirely as their inhabitants fled to safer regions. The hobbits watched the world grow darker around them, and they wondered how long their small communities could endure. The need for a safer haven became increasingly urgent. The scattered hobbit settlements across Eriador were vulnerable, to spread out and too isolated to protect themselves if serious danger came. The hobbits began to dream of a land of their own, a territory where they might live together under their own governance, protected by distance and obscurity from the troubles of greater folk. They wanted what they had always wanted, peace and safety and the freedom to live as they chose. That dream would not be fulfilled for many years yet. The hobbits lacked the numbers and the organization to claim land for themselves, and they had no warriors to defend such a claim even if they made it. But the desire was growing, passed from family to family in quiet conversations and expressed in the slow drift of hobbit migration westward, always westward, toward the distant sea and the lands that might offer the sanctuary their people craved. The kingdom of Arna was dying, though it would take centuries yet for the final fall to come. The hobbits who lived under its shadow could sense the decline, and they knew that when the kingdom finally collapsed, they would be left unprotected in an increasingly hostile world. They needed their own land, their own place, before that day arrived. The wandering days were not over, and one more great migration awaited the hobbit people. In the year 1601 of the Third Age, two hobbit brothers of the Falahide kindred made a journey that would change the fate of their people. Marco and Blanco they were called, and they were bolder than most hobbits of their time, as Falahides tended to be. They had heard tales of lands west of the Brandywine River, empty country that had once been part of Cardolan's realm but now lay abandoned and wild. The brothers conceived a plan that seemed mad to their more cautious cousins. They would petition the king of Arthedain for a grant of land where hobbits might settle together under their own governance. The idea was not entirely new. Hobbits had been drifting westward for generations, always seeking safer and more peaceful lands, and many had looked with longing at the country beyond the Brandywine. But to formally request territory from a king, to deal directly with the high folk, and ask for recognition of hobbit settlement, this was unprecedented. Most hobbits thought the brothers foolish and expected them to be ignored or worse. But Marco and Blanco were determined. They travelled to Furnust, where King Argolob II held his court. The journey itself was an adventure. 4 hobbits rarely ventured so far from their settlements, and the brothers had to navigate roads they barely knew through lands they had never seen. They came at last to the great city and somehow gained an audience with the king. Though how 2 small folk managed this feat was never clearly explained in the tales that followed. King Argolob II received them with courtesy, for the Dundane remembered the ancient friendship between elves and hobbits even if they knew little of the small folk themselves. Marco and Blanco presented their petition, asking for the grant of the lands between the River Baranduin and the Far Downs. They offered in return to maintain the bridges and roads in that territory and to acknowledge the king's authority, though they asked to govern themselves in their own manner according to Hobbit custom. The king considered their request. The lands they sought had been part of his realm in name only, for Arthedain was too diminished to settle or patrol that western country effectively. The territory lay empty save for scattered ruins from Cardolan's fallen kingdom, and it served no purpose save as a buffer between Arthedain's heartland and the sea. If hobbits wished to settle there and maintain the roads, the king would lose nothing and might gain subjects loyal to his crown, however small and insignificant those subjects might be. Argalub the second granted the petition. He gave to the hobbits the land between the Baranduin, which hobbits called the Brandywine, and the hills they named the Far Downs. The hobbits would hold this territory from the king, and in return they would keep the bridges in repair, acknowledge the king's officials when they passed through, and speed his messengers on their way. Beyond these small duties, the hobbits would be free to govern themselves as they saw fit, and the king's law would not trouble them so long as they kept the peace. The grant was made official in whatever manner such things were done in those days, though hobbits kept no detailed records of the ceremony. What mattered was that the land was theirs, given freely by the king's word, and they could settle there without fear of being driven out by men or challenged in their claim. Marco and Blanco returned to their people with news of their success, and the hobbits could scarcely believe what the brothers had accomplished. The migration began almost immediately. Hobbit families from across Eriador packed their belongings and headed west toward the Brandywine. The bridge at Sarnford became busy with traffic as hobbits crossed the river in numbers, leading their ponies and carts piled high with household goods. Some traveled in family groups, others joined together in larger parties for safety, and all moved with the excitement of people going to claim new homes in a land of their own. The territory they entered was beautiful in its wildness. Rolling hills covered in grass and scattered woods, clear streams running down to join the Brandywine, meadows full of flowers in spring and golden grain in autumn where Cardolan's farmers had once worked fields, now gone back to nature. The hobbits looked upon these lands and saw not ruins but possibility, not emptiness but room to grow. Here they could build something lasting, a true homeland for their people. Marco and Blanco led the first wave of settlers. The brothers chose a site near the Brandywine Bridge for their own settlement, and other hobbits spread out from there to claim their own pieces of land. The Falahides tended toward the northern regions where woods were thicker. The Harfoots preferred the central hills and valleys, and the Stewards who came west gravitated toward the southern lands and the rivers. The pattern of settlement that began in those first years would shape the Shire for all the centuries that followed. The hobbits dug their holes with renewed energy, for these were not temporary dwellings but permanent homes. They built better and larger than they had in their scattered settlements across Eriador, knowing that they need not fear being driven out by war or forced to flee by hunger. The first holes dug in the Shire were the beginning of family trees that would endure through ages, and the hobbits who dug them knew they were founding something that would outlast their own brief lives. 2 settlements grew quickly in those early years. Hobbiton, in the center of the territory, became home to many Harfoot families who loved its gentle hills and good soil. Michelle, delving to the west, built into the White Downs, attracted hobbits who wanted to be closer to the western borders. These two would become the most important towns in the Shire, though in the beginning they were just clusters of holes around village greens where hobbits gathered to trade and talk. The year 1601 marked the beginning of a new calendar for the hobbits. They started to reckon time from the crossing of the Brandywine, calling it year 1 of the Shire reckoning. All that had come before became history and legend, stories of the old days in distant lands. What mattered now was the present and the future, the task of building a homeland and establishing a society that could endure. The hobbits chose a thane to be their highest authority, following a custom from the old days. The thane would hold the authority the king had granted them and would serve as leader in times of danger, though in practice the position carried more honor than power. Hobbits had little need of government and less desire for it, but they recognized that some formal structure was necessary for dealing with the outside world. Marco and Blanco had achieved something remarkable. They had secured for their people a land of their own, a territory recognized by the king and granted in perpetuity to the hobbit folk. They had ended the wandering days and given the hobbits a home. The Shire had been founded, and though it was small and insignificant in the eyes of the great powers, it would prove more enduring than any kingdom of men. The hobbits poured across the Brandywine in the years following Marco and Blanco's successful petition. What had begun as a trickle of Falahide families became a steady stream as word spread through the scattered settlements of Eriador. That land was available, and the king had granted it freely. Harfoots came in the greatest numbers, for they had always been the most numerous of the kindreds, and they saw in the new territory a chance to live as their ancestors had lived, farming good soil in peace without the threat of war or displacement. The land between the Brandywine and the far downs was not vast by the standards of the kingdoms of men, but to hobbits it seemed enormous. The territory stretched roughly 40 leagues east to west and 50 leagues north to south, though hobbits were never precise about such measurements, and the borders remained somewhat vague. What mattered was that the land was theirs, and it was large enough for their people to spread out and multiply without crowding. The hobbits naturally divided their new country into 4 quarters according to the cardinal directions. The North Farthing encompassed the lands north of the Great East Road, rolling country with scattered woods and good hunting. The South Farthing lay south of the road in the warmest and most fertile region, where crops grew abundantly and the soil was rich. The East Farthing included the lands nearest the Brandywine and the old Buckleberry region. The West Farthing stretched to the far downs and included the White Downs, where Michel Delving stood. Each farthing developed its own character as settlement progressed. The North Farthing attracted Falahides, who loved its forests and who maintained some of the old adventurous spirit of their kindred. They hunted in the woods and ranged further than other hobbits, and they were the ones most likely to encounter rangers or travelers on the road. The North Farthing folk were considered somewhat peculiar by their more settled cousins, but they served a useful purpose as a buffer between the Shire proper and whatever dangers might come from the north. The South Farthing became the agricultural heart of the Shire. The Harfoots who settled there found soil perfect for growing crops, and they established farms and gardens that would feed hobbit communities for generations. The southern lands were warmer and sunnier than the rest of the Shire, and the hobbits there developed a particular skill with growing things. In later years, the South Farthing would become famous for its pipeweed, but in these early days it was known simply as the best farming country in the Shire. The East Farthing was the most populous region in the beginning. It lay closest to the Brandywine Bridge where most hobbits entered the Shire, and many families settled near the bridge rather than pushing deeper into the territory. Hobbiton grew there in the central part of the Farthing, becoming one of the most important settlements. The East Farthing was also home to the Marish, the marshy land along the Brandywine where some stewards settled, for they still loved water even if most hobbits avoided it. The West Farthing was the quietest and most isolated of the four quarters. It included the White Downs and stretched to the Far Downs at the Shire's western border, the furthest point from the busy bridge crossing. Michel Delving grew into the largest town in the West Farthing, built into the White Downs with holes dug deep into the chalk hills. The West Farthing hobbits were considered the most proper and traditional, carefully maintaining old customs and viewing innovations with suspicion. Michel Delving became the unofficial capital of the Shire, though hobbits would never have used such a grand word for it. The town grew large because it was centrally located and because it had good access to the surrounding regions, making it a natural gathering place for hobbits from all four farthings. Markets developed there where hobbits could trade goods, and eventually the free fair was held on the White Downs near Michel Delving, bringing hobbits together from across the Shire. The position of Thane was formally established in these early years. The Thane held the authority granted by the king and served as the nominal leader of the Shire, though in practice hobbits governed themselves through custom and mutual agreement rather than through any central authority. The Thane was responsible for calling out the Shire muster in times of emergency, though such times were rare and would become rarer still. The position passed through several families in the early years before eventually settling with the Tooks of Tuckborough. The hobbits instituted Shire reckoning as their calendar, counting the years from 1601, when Marco and Blanco crossed the Brandywine. They kept their own months and their own ways of marking time. For hobbits were particular about such things and saw no reason to adopt the calendars of men or elves. The first year of the Shire became year 1 in hobbit counting, and all subsequent years were numbered from that founding date. Beyond the Thane, the hobbits established few formal institutions. The mayor of Michel Delving was chosen by the hobbits of that town, and his duties included presiding over banquets and managing the postal service that developed, for carrying messages between settlements. The sheriffs were appointed to keep order, though their role was more about finding lost livestock than catching criminals. For hobbits rarely committed serious crimes against one another. The bounders watched the borders and reported on any suspicious activity, though what they mostly did was turn away beggars and other unwanted outsiders. The hobbits brought with them from Eriador their love of comfort and their particular customs. They built their holes with round doors and windows, as they always had, for hobbits believed that sharp corners in a house brought bad luck, and that round doorways kept evil spirits out. They maintained their practice of eating 6 meals a day when food was abundant, and they developed elaborate social customs around visiting and gift-giving. A proper hobbit household kept well-stocked pantries and welcomed guests with generous hospitality, for this had always been the hobbit way. Family trees became complex as the Shire population grew. The 3 kindreds that had remained somewhat separate in the scattered settlements of Eriador now lived in close proximity and intermarried freely. Harfoot families took Falahide spouses and Stewart blood mixed with both. The old distinctions of kindred began to blur, though some families maintained more of one bloodline than others, and certain traits persisted across generations. The Tooks emerged as one of the most prominent families. They had strong Falahide heritage, and they maintained something of the old, adventurous spirit, which made them seem slightly disreputable to more conservative hobbits, but also made them natural leaders in times of crisis. The Bagginses established themselves in Hobbiton as a respectable and well-off family. The Brandybucks settled along the Brandywine, and though they would not establish Buckland proper for many years yet, they were already known as a prominent and somewhat peculiar clan. The Shire took shape rapidly in those first decades. By 1630, just 30 years after the crossing, the basic structure of Hobbit society was established, and the Four Farthings were well populated with thriving communities. The Hobbits had built something remarkable, a homeland of their own, governed by their own customs, where they could live in peace without interference from the larger folk. It was not a grand kingdom or a mighty realm, but it was exactly what hobbits wanted. A place to be comfortable, to raise families, to tend gardens, and enjoy good meals, and pass quiet lives in contentment. The wandering days were finally over. The hobbits had found their home. The Shire settled into peace after those first busy decades of founding and building. The hobbits had their land and their holes and their gardens, and they wanted nothing more than to be left alone to enjoy them. The years from 1630 to 1974 of the Third Age passed quietly in the Shire, 3.5 centuries during which hobbits lived much as they had always dreamed of living. No great events troubled their borders, and no wars came near their lands, and the hobbits multiplied and prospered in the safety they had found. The population grew steadily through these centuries. Hobbit families tended to be large, for hobbits loved children and saw them as blessings to be welcomed and cherished. 5 or 6 children in a family was common, and some families had 8 or 10 or even more. The Shire filled with young hobbits who grew up knowing no home but the green lands between the Brandywine and the far downs. And these children passed on to their own children a love of the Shire that became the defining characteristic of hobbit culture. The family trees grew wonderfully complex as generations passed and the great hobbit clans established themselves. The Tooks of Great Smiles in Tuckborough became the most prominent family, holding the Thanship and producing children who seemed to inherit more than their share of Falahide adventurousness. The Bagginses of Hobbiton were respectable and well-to-do, known for their good sense and their well-appointed holes. The Brandybucks along the Brandywine were numerous and influential, though some thought them peculiar for living so close to the river. Other families rose to prominence in their own regions and communities. The Gamgees became known as skilled gardeners, a practical family with their roots deep in the soil. The Cottons were prosperous farmers in the South Farthing, working land that produced abundant harvests year after year. The Hornblowers and the Bolgers and the Brockhouses and dozens of other families established themselves across the Four Farthings, each developing their own reputations and their own roles in Shire society. Marriages connected these families in an ever-growing web of relationships. A Took might marry a Baggins, and their children might marry into the Brandybucks. And within a few generations, nearly every prominent family in the Shire could could claim some degree of kinship with every other. Hobbits took great pride in tracing these connections and could spend hours discussing who was related to whom and through which line the relationship ran. Family gatherings became enormous affairs as cousins and second cousins and distant relations all claimed the right to attend. The culture of the Shire developed its own particular character during these peaceful centuries. Hobbits became even fonder of eating than they had been before, and the 6 meals a day became firmly established as the proper Hobbit custom. Breakfast and second breakfast, elevensies and luncheon, afternoon tea and dinner and supper when available. Each had its proper time and its proper dishes. A hobbit who missed a meal was either ill or extraordinarily unfortunate, and the greatest social occasions revolved around elaborate feasts that lasted for hours. Gift-giving became an elaborate social practice. Hobbits gave presents on their birthdays rather than receiving them, distributing gifts to friends and family as a way of celebrating another year of life. The gifts were expected to be thoughtful and appropriate, and a hobbit who gave poor presents would be talked about for months. Birthday parties became important social events, and the most generous and popular hobbits threw parties that were remembered for years afterward. The hobbits developed a love of pipeweed during these centuries, though the exact origins of the practice were debated even in later times. Some said hobbits had smoked pipeweed in the Vales of Anduin. Others claimed they learned it from the rangers of the north, and still others insisted it was an entirely hobbit innovation. Whatever the truth, by the middle years of these quiet centuries, nearly every adult hobbit smoked a pipe, and the cultivation and curing of pipeweed became a respected craft. The best pipeweed grew in the South Farthing, where the soil and climate were ideal. Hobbits there developed several varieties, each with its own characteristics and its own devoted followers. Longbottom leaf became famous throughout the Shire and eventually even beyond it, for the few outsiders who traded with hobbits quickly developed a taste for hobbit pipeweed. Old Toby and Southern Star were other varieties that gained reputations, and hobbit farmers took great pride in the quality of their leaf. The Shire became more organized as the population grew, though hobbits never developed much taste for formal government. The mayor of Michel Delving gained additional duties as the postal service expanded, and he oversaw the sheriffs who maintained order and the bounders who watched the borders. But these were light duties in a land where serious crime was almost unknown, and where the borders were rarely troubled by anything more dangerous than the occasional wolf in a hard winter. The sheriffs were not armed, and they had no real power to compel anyone to do anything. They wore feathers in their caps to mark their position, and they were respected because they were usually sensible hobbits chosen by their communities. Their main work involved finding lost animals, settling disputes about property boundaries, and occasionally arresting a hobbit who had gotten drunk and disorderly at a feast. It was not demanding work, and most sheriffs served their term without encountering any real trouble. The hobbits had little contact with the outside world during these centuries. Rangers passed through occasionally, tall, grim men in weather-stained cloaks who spoke little and stayed only long enough to rest and resupply. The hobbits provided them with food and a place to sleep and asked no questions, for they had learned long ago that rangers kept their own counsel. The hobbits did not know that these men were the last descendants of the kings of Arna, protecting the Shire and the other remnants of the North Kingdom from dangers the hobbits never saw. Dwarves travelled the great east road that passed through the Shire, going to and from their mansions in the Blue Mountains. The hobbits grew accustomed to seeing dwarf companies pass through with their laden ponies and their stern faces, and some trade developed between dwarves and hobbits. But the dwarves never lingered in the Shire, and the hobbits were content to let them pass without much interaction. For dwarves and hobbits had little in common despite their ancient friendship. Elves were seen rarely and only in the wooded parts of the Shire. Sometimes in the evening a hobbit walking home late might hear singing in the distance, or catch a glimpse of tall figures moving between the trees. The elves were passing west to the Grey Havens and the ships that would bear them over the sea, and they walked through the Shire as they might walk through any other land, barely noticing the small folk who dwelt there. The hobbits who saw elves spoke of it in hushed voices afterward. 4 elves were beings from the old tales, and their presence made even the bravest hobbit feel small and insignificant. The Shire prospered through all these quiet years. Farms produced abundant harvests, and the markets were full of goods. Craftsmen developed their skills and produced work of surprising quality, for hobbit hands were deft despite their size. Weavers made cloth that was warm and durable. Woodworkers crafted furniture that lasted for generations, and potters threw vessels that were both beautiful and practical. The Shire was not wealthy by the standards of men or dwarves, but hobbits had everything they needed and most of what they wanted. The hobbits asked nothing of the world beyond their borders except to be left in peace. They paid no taxes to any king, and they acknowledged no authority save their own thane and mayor. The king of Arthedain had granted them the land and the right to govern themselves, and the hobbits intended to exercise that right for as long as they were able. They built no walls around their borders, and they maintained no army, for they relied on obscurity and distance to protect them rather than force of arms. It was a strategy that worked well enough in those long, peaceful years when the Shire seemed far, removed from the troubles of greater folk and the wars that sometimes raged in distant lands. The year 1974 of the Third Age brought war to the north. The Witch King of Angmar, that realm of evil in the far northern lands, launched his final assault against Arthedain. His armies came south in vast numbers, orcs and evil men and worse things, and they struck at the heart of the last kingdom of Arnor. King Arvedui gathered his forces to defend his realm. But the strength of Arthedain had been failing for centuries, and he could not stand against such an onslaught. The hobbits in the Shire heard rumors of war from the rangers who passed through with increasing urgency. Dark things were moving in the north, and the rangers rode hard along the roads, their faces grim and their words few. The Shire itself remained untouched by the conflict, for it lay west and south of the main fighting. But the hobbits could sense that something terrible was happening beyond their borders. They barred their doors at night and kept close watch on the roads. Furnost fell to the Witch King's forces, the great city that had stood for centuries. The capital, where Argolab II had once granted the Shire to Marco and Blanco, was overrun and destroyed. King Arvedui fled north with the remnants of his forces, seeking refuge in the frozen lands beyond the kingdom's old borders. He sent word to Círdan at the Grey Havens, begging for aid, and Círdan sent a ship to rescue the king from the ice-locked northern shores. But Arvedui never reached safety. The ship was caught in ice and crushed, and the last king of Arthedain perished in the frozen waters along with the palanteri he had carried with him. The line of kings ended in the north, though heirs remained in the south who would preserve the bloodline through long ages of exile. Arthedain was dead, and with it died the last kingdom of Arna. Help came too late to save the kingdom, but not too late to avenge it. Erna, son of the king of Gondor, arrived with a great host from the south. Círdan brought warriors from Lindon, and Rivendell sent what forces it could spare. The combined army marched north against Angmar, determined to destroy the Witch King's realm even if Arthedain could not be restored. The Thane of the Shire called for volunteers to join the host. It was an unprecedented request, for hobbits had never been asked to fight in the wars of men. But these were desperate times, and even the Shire recognized the threat. Some hobbits answered the call, mostly Falahides from the North Farthing, who had more adventurous blood and better skill with bows than their cousins. They were not many, perhaps a few score archers at most, but they represented the Shire's contribution to the great host. The Battle of Furnost was fought in 1975, and the forces of good prevailed. The armies of Gondor and Lindon and Rivendell, with rangers and hobbits among them, defeated the Witch King's host and broke his power in the north. Angmar fell and its realm was destroyed, though the Witch King himself escaped to trouble the world in later years. The hobbit archers acquitted themselves well enough, standing in the battle line and loosing their arrows at the enemy. But they were glad when the fighting ended and they could return home. The hobbits who fought at Furnost were honored when they returned to the Shire, but their deeds were not long remembered. Hobbits were not a martial people, and they had no desire to celebrate war or remember battles. The families of those who had gone were relieved to have them back, and life returned to normal as quickly as possible. Within a generation or two, the Battle of Furnost had faded into a vague memory, something that grandfathers mentioned occasionally, but that held little real meaning for hobbits born long after. Arthedain was gone and could not be restored. The North Kingdom had ended, and the lands of Arnar lay empty and wild, reclaimed by nature and prowled by wolves and worse things. Furnast became a ruin haunted by evil spirits, and men called it Deadman's Dyke in later years. The proud realm that had granted the Shire to the hobbits and protected them for centuries had fallen, and the hobbits were left to wonder what would become of them now. Yet the protection did not end entirely. The Rangers did not disappear with the fall of the kingdom. The heirs of Isildur continued to lead the Dunedain in defending what remained of Arna's territory, and the Rangers maintained their watch over the wild lands and the Shire within them. The hobbits did not understand this, for the Rangers did not explain themselves, and hobbits did not ask. They simply knew that the grim men in grey still passed through occasionally, and that the roads remained safer than they had any right to be in such troubled times. The Rangers asked nothing in return for their protection, and they expected no recognition. They guarded the Shire because it was part of the Old Kingdom, part of the land their ancestors had ruled, and that their descendants might rule again one day. The hobbits benefited from this hidden guardianship without knowing the extent of their debt. They thought themselves safe because of their obscurity and their distance from the great powers, not understanding that they were safe because brave men patrolled the borders and dealt with threats before those threats ever reached hobbit lands. The fall of Arna marked the end of an age in the north. The kingdoms of men had collapsed, and the realm of the Dunedain had shrunk too. Nothing but scattered rangers and a hidden chieftain preserving the royal bloodline. The hobbits, however, endured. They had survived the fall of kingdoms before, and they would survive this one. The Shire remained at peace even as the world around it grew darker and more dangerous, a small island of comfort in an increasingly troubled land. With no king to answer to, the hobbits of the Shire found themselves in an unusual position. They had been granted their land by Argalab II of Arthedain, and in return they had acknowledged his authority and agreed to maintain the bridges and roads. But Arthedain was gone now, and there was no king left to acknowledge. The hobbits held a great gathering called the Shire Moot to determine how they would govern themselves in this new circumstance. The Shire Moot was held at Michel Delving in the year 1976, and hobbits came from all four farthings to attend. It was not a formal council with elected representatives, but rather a gathering of family, heads and respected elders who came to discuss the situation and reach some kind of agreement. The hobbits debated for several days, though calling it debate might be too grand a word for the rambling discussions and tangential arguments that actually took place. The conclusion they reached was simple. They would continue governing themselves exactly as they had been doing. The Thane would remain as the nominal head of the Shire, holding the authority that had been granted by the king, even though there was no king anymore. The mayor of Michel Delving would continue his duties, managing the postal service and presiding at banquets. The sheriffs would keep order, and the bounders would watch the borders. Nothing needed to change, because the hobbits had been managing their own affairs all along. The Thanship became purely a hobbit institution now, rather than a position granted by royal authority. The Thane was chosen from among the prominent families, and the office passed from father to son in most cases. Though the Shire retained the theoretical right to choose a new Thane if a family line failed or if a Thane proved utterly incompetent, the Thane's main responsibility was to preside over the Shire Moot when it was called, which happened rarely, and to lead the Shire muster in times of danger, which happened even more rarely. The Thane also held certain ceremonial duties that hobbits found important even if they served no practical purpose. He hosted visiting dignitaries when any came to the Shire, which was almost never. He held the rights of the chase, regulating hunting in the Shire's few remaining wild areas. He commanded the sheriffs and the bounders, though in practice these folk did their jobs without needing much commanding. It was an office of honor and dignity, but not of real power, which suited hobbits perfectly. The mayor of Michel Delving was elected every 7 years by the hobbits of the town, and the position carried actual responsibilities. The mayor managed the postal system that carried messages and small parcels between the settlements of the Shire. He organized the great fairs and markets that brought hobbits together for trade and celebration. He kept the records of births and marriages and deaths, such records as hobbits bothered to keep anyway. The mayor was a working official rather than a figurehead, and hobbits chose sensible folk who could handle the practical demands of the job. The sheriffs were appointed from the various farthings, with each region providing its share. They numbered no more than a dozen for inside the farthings, and an equal number of bounders on the borders. Enough to handle the light duties required in a land where serious crime was virtually unknown. The sheriffs wore feathers in their caps as marks of office, and they carried no weapons. For hobbits saw no need for armed enforcers in their peaceful land. The actual work of the sheriffs involved finding lost animals, settling boundary disputes between neighbors, and occasionally dealing with a hobbit who had drunk too much ale at a party and become disorderly. They reported thefts when they occurred, which was rare, and they kept track of strangers passing through the Shire, which was even rarer. It was not glamorous work, but it needed doing, and the sheriffs took their responsibilities seriously, despite the general hobbit tendency to view any kind of official with mild amusement. The Bounders patrolled the borders of the Shire and kept watch for potential threats from outside. They dealt with beggars and other vagrants trying to enter the Shire, turning them away firmly but without violence. They reported any suspicious activity to the sheriffs and ultimately to the Thane. In practice, they spent most of their time walking the borders and occasionally helping travelers find their way. For the Shire's boundaries were not marked with walls or fences, and outsiders sometimes wandered in without realizing they had entered Hobbit lands. Laws in the Shire were not written in great legal codes, but rather grew from custom and common sense. Everyone knew that stealing was wrong and that hurting others was unacceptable. Hobbits who broke these simple rules were dealt with by community pressure and social disapproval rather than by formal punishment. A hobbit who stole from his neighbors would find himself shunned and unwelcome, which was punishment enough in a society where reputation and social standing mattered enormously. The Shire Moot could be called in times of crisis to make decisions affecting all hobbits, but such times were rare. Years and then decades passed without any need for a general gathering. The hobbits preferred to handle matters locally, with each community managing its own affairs and the farthings coordinating only when absolutely necessary. This loose form of government suited the hobbit character perfectly, for they had no desire to be governed and even less desire to govern others. The hobbits maintained the bridges and roads as they had promised to do, even though there was no longer a king to hold them to that promise. The Brandywine Bridge was kept in good repair, and the roads through the Shire were maintained at least adequately. The hobbits did this partly from habit, and partly because they themselves used the roads and bridges, but also because they retained a sense of obligation to the agreement their ancestors had made. A promise was a promise, even if the other party to the agreement was dead. Life in the Shire continued, much as it had before the fall of Arthedain. Hobbits farmed their lands and raised their families and celebrated their festivals. They paid no taxes beyond what each community decided to collect for local needs. They owed no military service to anyone. They followed no laws except those they had made themselves. The Shire had become a truly independent realm, self-governing and self-sufficient, asking nothing from the wider world except to be left alone. The hobbits did not realize how unusual their situation was. Most lands in Middle-earth were ruled by lords or kings who demanded taxes and service from their subjects. But the Shire had no such overlords, and the hobbits had no interest in acquiring any. They had stumbled into a kind of freedom that few other peoples enjoyed, and they preserved that freedom simply by being too small and insignificant for anyone else to bother conquering or ruling. It was not a glorious independence won by force of arms, but rather a quiet autonomy maintained by obscurity and indifference, which was exactly the kind of freedom hobbits preferred. In the year 2340 of the Third Age, a hobbit named Gore-Hended Oldbuck made a decision that would change his family forever. The Oldbucks were an old and prominent family in the Shire, holding the thainship and wielding what little authority that position carried. But Gorhendid had grown restless with life in the Shire proper, and his eyes had turned eastward across the Brandywine to the lands beyond the river. That country east of the Brandywine had been part of the original grant from King Arglob II, but few hobbits had settled there. The land was good enough, with gentle hills and meadows, but it lay outside what most hobbits considered the real Shire. More importantly, it pressed against the edge of the Old Forest, and hobbits had learned long ago that the Old Forest was not a place to live too close to. Gorhendid was not deterred by the proximity of the Old Forest. He had Falahide blood in him, and perhaps that accounted for his boldness. He gathered his family and his household and crossed the Brandywine Bridge, heading east to claim lands that other hobbits had been content to leave empty. He chose a spot on the western edge of the region, not too close to the forest, but close enough that its shadow could be felt on dark evenings. There Gorhendid built what would become Brandy Hall, digging into a low hill that overlooked the river. It was not a simple hobbit hole, but an enormous complex of tunnels and rooms, a mansion dug into earth rather than built upon it. The hall grew as the family prospered, with new tunnels added for new generations, until Brandy Hall became the largest dwelling in all the Hobbit lands. Hundreds could live there, and eventually hundreds did, for the Old Bucks were a prolific family. Gorhendid changed his family name when he crossed the river. Old Buck seemed too plain for a family establishing itself in new territory, so he took the name Brandybuck after the river they now lived beside. The hobbits in the Shire proper thought this was putting on airs, but Gorhendid did not care what they thought. He was founding something new, and he wanted a name that reflected it. Most strangely of all, some Brandybucks actually used boats on the river, which scandalized normal hobbits who thought water was meant for bathing at most, and certainly not for traveling. The Master of Buckland became the title for the head of the Brandybuck family, and the position carried real authority in that region. The Master ruled Buckland as the Thane ruled the Shire, though on a smaller scale and with somewhat more direct involvement in daily affairs. Buckland was not part of any farthing, and it answered to no authority except its own master, which was exactly how the Brandybucks wanted it. When Gorhendid left the Shire proper and gave up the Thanship, the office had to pass to another family. The choice fell upon the Tooks of Great Smiles in Tuckborough. Isambros took the first, became the first, took to hold the Thanship, and his family would keep the position through all the centuries that followed. The Tooks were well suited to the role, being one of the oldest and most prominent families in the Shire, and they had enough Falahide blood to give them the boldness needed for leadership, even if they were rarely called upon to actually lead. The Tooks maintained their seat at Great Smiles, a vast complex of tunnels under the hills of Tuckborough in the Westfart. Like Brandy Hall, it had grown over generations into an enormous dwelling that housed much of the extended Took family. The Thane resided there in whatever state a hobbit ruler could manage, which was not very grand by the standards of men or dwarves, but was impressive enough for hobbits. Buckland and the Shire proper maintained friendly relations, despite the Bucklanders' reputation for peculiarity. Hobbits from the East Farthing crossed the Brandywine Bridge regularly to trade with their Buckland cousins, and Brandybucks came west to attend fairs and festivals and to visit family who had remained in the Shire. But there was always a sense that Buckland was somehow different. Not quite part of the real Shire, even though it technically fell under the same grant of land. The Tooks were well suited to the role. being one of the oldest and most prominent families in the Shire, and they had enough Falahide blood to give them the boldness needed for leadership, even if they were rarely called upon to actually lead. The Tooks maintained their seat at Great Smiles, a vast complex of tunnels under the hills of Tookborough in the West Farthing. Like Brandy Hall, it had grown over generations into an enormous dwelling that housed much of the extended Took family. The Thane resided there in whatever state a Hobbit ruler could manage, which was not very grand by the standards of men or dwarves, but was impressive enough for hobbits. Buckland and the Shire proper maintained friendly relations despite the Bucklanders' reputation for peculiarity. Hobbits from the East Farthing crossed the Brandywine Bridge regularly to trade with their Buckland cousins, and Brandybucks came west to attend fairs and festivals and to visit family who had remained in the Shire. But there was always a sense that Buckland was somehow different. Not quite part of the real Shire, even though it technically fell under the same grant of land. The suspicion worked both ways. Bucklanders thought their western cousins were soft and too concerned with respectability. They prided themselves on being hardier and more practical than Shire hobbits, living as they did in a more dangerous location. The old forest troubled them in ways that Shire hobbits, who lived far from any haunted woods, could never understand. Bucklanders heard trees moving at night, and they knew that the forest resented the hedges and holes that kept it at bay. Yet, for all their peculiarities, the Brandybucks remained hobbits through and through. They loved comfort and good food and well-appointed holes as much as any of their western cousins. They celebrated the same festivals and maintained the same customs. They simply did it in a place where doors needed locks and where trees sometimes had to be reminded of their proper place. The establishment of Buckland and the transfer of the thaneship to the Tooks marked an important moment in Shire history. The Hobbits had been settled long enough that families could take bold actions like founding new regions, and their society was stable enough that changes in leadership could happen smoothly. The Shire was no longer a collection of recent migrants, but an established realm with its own traditions and its own peculiarities. A land where hobbits could prosper and multiply in peace. The year 2747 brought war to the Shire for the first and only time in its history. Orcs came down from Mount Graham in the far north, a raiding band seeking plunder in the rich lands they had heard existed beyond the northern borders. They crossed into the North Farthing in autumn, thinking to catch the hobbits unprepared after harvest when barns were full and homes were stocked for winter. The orcs expected easy prey, for they knew hobbits as small folk without weapons or warriors. The raiders swept through the northern settlements, burning and stealing. Hobbits fled before them into their holes or ran south towards safer regions, and the orcs laughed at how icily the little folk scattered. They took what they wanted from farms and storehouses, and their leader, a large orc who called himself king of his band, boasted that he would take the whole North Farthing before winter came. Word reached Tookborough quickly, carried by refugees and by bounders who had seen the destruction. The Thane was Isenbrus, the third in those days, but he was old, and his son Bandabrus was the one who answered the crisis. Bandabrus Took stood 4 feet 5 inches tall, which made him a giant among hobbits, and he was broad and strong in proportion. He had more Falahide blood than most Tooks, and it showed in his size and his boldness. Men called him Bullroar for the sound his voice made when he shouted, and hobbits would remember that name long after his proper name was forgotten. Banderbruss gathered every hobbit in the Shire who could hold a weapon. They came with hunting bows and farm tools and walking sticks, a ragtag militia of folk who had never fought a battle. But they were defending their homes and their families, and even hobbits would fight when pressed hard enough. The muster gathered at Greenfields in the North Farthing, a wide meadow where the orcs had made their camp. The Battle of Greenfields was brief and desperate. The orcs saw the hobbits coming, and they laughed again, for what could small folk with farm tools do against orc warriors? But the hobbits had numbers on their side, and they had anger, and they had Banderbruss took leading them. The bull roarer charged at the head of the hobbit line, swinging a club that was massive by hobbit standards, though it would have seemed a mere cudgel to a man. The fight was chaos. Hobbits shot arrows into the orc ranks, and then rushed forward with whatever weapons they could swing. The orcs fell back in surprise, not expecting such fury from folk they had thought timid. Banderbruss smashed through the orc line like a boulder rolling downhill, and hobbits followed in his wake. The orcs tried to form ranks, but the hobbit charge was too fierce and too sudden. The orc leader, the one who called himself king, stepped forward to face Banderbruss. He was twice the size of the hobbit and armed with a proper sword, and he sneered at the oversized hobbit who dared challenge him. Banderbruss charged without hesitation, and he swung his club with all his strength. The blow caught the orc king square in the head, and the creature's skull shattered. The force was so great that the head flew clean off the orc's shoulders and sailed through the air, tumbling end over end across the meadow until it dropped down a rabbit hole 100 yards away. The orcs broke and ran when they saw their leader fall. The hobbits pursued them to the borders of the Shire and beyond, driving them north with arrows and stones and sheer fury. The orcs fled back toward the mountains, and they did not return. The hobbits had won their battle and saved their land, and they returned to Greenfields to celebrate their unlikely victory. Banderbruss became a legend that day. The tale of how he knocked an orc king's head into a rabbit hole was told and retold until every hobbit child knew it by heart. The story grew with each telling, as stories do, and by later generations hobbits claimed the head had sailed 200 yards, or that the rabbit hole had been impossibly small, or that Banderbruss had killed a dozen orcs with single blows. But the core truth remained. Banderbruss had led the Shire in battle and won, and he had done it with a courage that seemed impossible in one so small. The Battle of Greenfields was the only military engagement in Shire history. Hobbits would look back on it with pride, but also with relief that such times never came again. They honoured Banderbruss for the rest of his life, and when he finally died at the age of 102, he was remembered as the greatest hero the Shire had ever produced. The Tooks claimed him as proof that their family had warrior blood, though most Tooks were as peaceful as any other hobbits, and showed no desire to follow in the bull roarer's footsteps. The victory had consequences beyond the immediate salvation of the North Farthing. The orcs carried word back to the mountains that hobbits could fight when pressed, and raiders learned to avoid the Shire in their planning. The hobbits gained a reputation for being more dangerous than they looked, though that reputation was largely undeserved. One battle did not make them a warrior people, and they had no desire to become one. The hobbits did not build monuments to the battle or establish a military tradition from it. They simply went back to their normal lives, farming and eating and raising families as they always had. But they remembered Banderbruss and they told his story around fires on winter nights. And every hobbit child grew up knowing that their people had once stood and fought and won. It was a small comfort perhaps, but it mattered. The hobbits were small folk in a dangerous world, but they were not entirely helpless, not when pushed beyond endurance. Bandabras had proven that, and the Shire never forgot. Winter came early in the year 2758 of the Third Age. Snow fell in the Shire before autumn had properly ended, and the cold that came with it was deeper than any hobbit could remember. The harvests had been gathered, but they were poor that year, and hobbits looked at their half-filled barns with worry. They stocked their holes as best they could and prepared for a hard season, but none of them imagined how hard it would truly be. The snow continued through autumn and into winter without pause. It fell in great drifts that buried gardens and covered holes until only the round doors showed above the white. The cold intensified until water froze solid in buckets overnight and breath-formed ice crystals in the air. Hobbits huddled in their holes around fires that they fed carefully, for fuel was precious and no one knew how long the winter would last. The Brandywine froze in December. Hobbits stood on the banks and stared in amazement at the great river locked in ice, for such a thing had never happened in living memory. The current that had flowed swift and strong for centuries stood still and silent, gripped by cold so fierce that even running water could not resist it. The Brandywine Bridge stood useless above ice thick enough to walk upon, and some brave or foolish hobbits did walk across the frozen river just to say they had done it. Then the wolves came. They appeared first in the North Farthing, grey shapes moving across the snow. But these were not the normal wolves that occasionally troubled the Shire in hard winters. These were white wolves from the northern wastes, larger and more desperate than their southern cousins, driven south by cold that made even the mountains uninhabitable. They crossed the frozen Brandywine in packs, coming into the Shire in search of food. The wolves hunted at night, and sometimes in broad daylight when hunger drove them past caution. They killed sheep and ponies in the fields, and they scratched at doors trying to reach the hobbits inside. Hobbits barricaded themselves in their holes and hoped the wolves would move on, but the wolves stayed because there was nowhere else to go. The entire north was frozen and starving, and the Shire was one of the few places where livestock remained to hunt. The cold continued without break through the winter months. January came and brought no thaw, only more snow and colder temperatures. Hobbits began to run short of food as their stores dwindled and there was no way to replenish them. Gardens were buried under snow and nothing could be hunted because the wolves had killed everything that could not hide underground. Some hobbits tried to fish through holes in the ice, but the fish were scarce and the work was dangerous in the bitter cold. Deaths came with the deep winter. Old hobbits and young children were most vulnerable to the cold and the hunger that accompanied it. Families huddled together for warmth and shared what food remained, but in some holes the food ran out entirely. Hobbits who had never known real hardship learned what it meant to be truly hungry, to go to bed with aching bellies and wake to another day with nothing to eat. The fat that hobbits usually carried as a sign of prosperity melted away and faces grew gaunt. The sheriffs and the bounders could do little to help. They organized what aid they could, taking food from families who still had some to spare and distributing it to those in desperate need. But there was not enough food to go around, and the sheriffs had to make terrible choices about who would receive help and who would have to manage on their own. The work broke some of them, having to turn away hungry families because the stores had run dry. Spring should have come in March, but it did not. The snow continued and the cold remained absolute, and hobbits began to despair that winter would ever end. Some spoke of abandoning the Shire and fleeing south to warmer lands. But where could they go, and how could they travel through such cold and snow? They were trapped by the weather in the land they had chosen as home, and they could only endure and hope that the worst would pass. The wolves grew bolder as winter dragged on. They came close to settlements in packs, testing doors and windows, looking for any way inside. Several hobbits were killed when they ventured out for firewood or water, caught by wolves they did not see in time. The hobbits fought back with whatever weapons they had, driving off wolves with fire and arrows. But it was a desperate struggle against creatures made savage by starvation. Finally, in March, the weather broke. The snow stopped falling and the temperature rose enough that ice began to melt. It was not a sudden thaw, but a gradual warming, and it came too slowly for some hobbits who did not live to see spring. But it came, and hobbits emerged from their holes like creatures coming out of hibernation, blinking in sunlight they had not seen in months. The long winter, as it came to be called, had lasted from November through March. 5 months of cold and hunger and death had changed the Shire in ways both visible and invisible. The population had declined as the old and the young and the weak had perished. Livestock had been devastated by the wolves and by the cold. Gardens were ruined and would need to be replanted from scratch. The hobbits faced a hard spring and a harder summer trying to recover what had been lost. But the hobbits had endured. They had survived the worst winter in memory through stubbornness and mutual aid and sheer refusal to give up. The experience taught them that their protected land was not invulnerable, that even the Shire could know disaster and hardship. It taught them to prepare better for hard times and to maintain larger stores against future emergencies. It taught them that they were tougher than they had believed, capable of enduring trials that would have broken them if they had not stood together. The fell winter became part of Shire legend, a tale told to remind later generations that their comfortable lives had not always been so comfortable. Hobbits who lived through it never forgot the cold and the hunger, and they passed down to their children and grandchildren the lessons they had learned. The Shire recovered slowly, replanting and rebuilding and gradually returning to prosperity. But the memory of that terrible winter remained, a reminder that even in the safest of lands, hardship could come without warning. The Shire recovered slowly from the fell winter. Spring came late in 2759, and the hobbits threw themselves into planting with desperate energy, for they needed good harvests to rebuild their depleted stores. The soil was rich after the long snow, and the summer brought warmth that helped the crops grow strong. By autumn, the harvests were abundant, not enough to fully restore what had been lost, but enough to give hope that recovery was possible. The years that followed were kind to the Shire. The weather remained mild and the growing seasons were long, and hobbits who had known hunger during the fell winter now saw their barns fill again. The population began to grow as families who had delayed having children during the hard times now started raising them in better circumstances. Young hobbits were born who would never know the cold and hunger their parents had endured, and the memory of the fell winter gradually faded into the past where painful memories belonged. Around the year 2670, a hobbit named Tobold Hornblower in the village of Longbottom made a discovery that would change Shire culture forever. Longbottom lay in the warm South Farthing, where the soil was rich and the sun shone long. And Hornblower had been experimenting with growing different plants in his gardens. He cultivated a particular variety of pipeweed that grew exceptionally well in the South Farthing soil, and when dried and cured properly, it produced a smoke of remarkable smoothness and flavor. Hornblower shared his pipeweed with neighbors, and word spread quickly through the South Farthing, and then beyond. Hobbits had smoked pipeweed before, but never leaf of such quality, and they took to Longbottom leaf with enthusiasm. Other farmers began cultivating pipeweed in the South Farthing, using Hornblower's methods, and soon the entire region was known for its tobacco. Different varieties were developed with names like Old Toby and Southern Star, each with its own character and its own devoted followers among hobbit smokers. Pipeweed cultivation became a significant part of the South Farthing economy. The leaf was traded throughout the Shire and even beyond its borders. For the few outsiders who knew of hobbits quickly developed a taste for their tobacco. The South Farthing farmers grew prosperous from the trade, and pipe smoking became even more deeply ingrained in hobbit culture than it had been before. A proper hobbit gentleman was never without his pipe, and the quality of leaf in his pouch said much about his taste and his means. The great hobbit families expanded their holdings during these prosperous years. The Tooks at Tuckborough enlarged the Great Smiles, digging new tunnels and chambers to house their growing clan. The complex became enormous, with 3 great front doors and windows looking out in all directions, and it housed much of the extended Took family in comfort appropriate to their position as the leading family of the Eastshire. The Thane resided there in whatever state a hobbit ruler could manage, which was considerable by hobbit standards, even if it was modest compared to the halls of men or dwarfs. In Hobbiton, a wealthy hobbit named Bungo Baggins built himself a new hole that would become famous in later years. Bag End was dug into the hill at Hobbiton with a round green door and windows looking out over the village and the water beyond. Bungo spared no expense in its construction, creating a hole with the finest furnishings and the most comfortable rooms, and he married Belladonna, Took, and brought her there to live. The Bagginses had always been respectable, but Bag End elevated them to prominence, and the whole would remain in the family for generations. The Brandybucks continued to expand Brandy Hall across the Brandywine in Buckland. New tunnels were dug and new families moved in until the hall housed dozens of households, all connected by the warren of passages. Buckland remained slightly separate from the rest of the Shire in character and custom, but the Brandybucks prospered along with their western cousins. Trade between Buckland and the Shire proper increased as both regions grew wealthier. These were the golden years of the Shire, the decades when hobbits lived in as much comfort and security as any people in Middle-earth. Wars raged in distant lands, and dark things stirred in places hobbits never saw, but the Shire remained at peace. The Rangers continued their hidden watch and kept dangers at bay, and the hobbits benefited from that protection without understanding its extent or its cost. The hobbits became more isolated during these prosperous years, turning inward and paying less attention to the world beyond their borders. Why should they care about the doings of distant lands when their own country was safe and comfortable? They focused on their farms and their families, on their festivals and their feuds, on all the small concerns that filled hobbit life. The wider world faded from their awareness until it became almost legendary, a place of stories rather than reality. This isolation suited the hobbit character perfectly. They had never wanted to be involved in great events or to deal with the powers that shaped the fates of nations. They wanted only to live quietly in their holes, to enjoy good food and good company, to pass their days in peace and their nights in comfort. The Shire gave them exactly that, and they asked for nothing more. The population grew steadily through these decades of peace. Families spread across the Shire and settlements expanded. New holes were dug and new villages were founded in previously empty areas. The Four Farthings filled with hobbits, living prosperous, contented lives, and the future seemed bright and secure. The troubles of the past were fading into legend, and the hobbits could not imagine that new troubles might one day come. The Shire stood at the height of its comfort and isolation as the Third Age moved through its final centuries. The hobbits had built something remarkable in their small corner of Middle-earth, a realm of peace and plenty that endured while kingdoms rose and fell around it. They were the smallest and least significant of the free peoples, but they had created a life that many greater folk might have envied. The golden years continued, and the hobbits enjoyed them, never suspecting that their comfortable isolation would one day end, and that their small people would be called to play a part in events far greater than they could imagine. Bilbo Baggins was born in the year 2890 of the Third Age, son of Bungo Baggins and Belladonna Took. His birth was unremarkable by hobbit standards, just another child added to the Baggins family tree, but he carried in his blood a mixture that would prove significant in later years. From his father came the solid respectability of the Bagginses, a family known for keeping to themselves and avoiding anything adventurous or uncomfortable. From his mother came the Took wildness, that spark of curiosity and love of the unexpected that ran through Belladonna's family and made them slightly disreputable in the eyes of more proper hobbits. Bungo and Belladonna raised their son at Bag End, that most comfortable of holes dug into the hill at Hobbiton. Bilbo grew up surrounded by luxury appropriate to his family's wealth and position. The rooms were panelled in wood and furnished with the finest chairs and tables that hobbit craftsmen could make. The pantries were always well stocked, and the cellars held wines and ales suitable for entertaining the best families in the Shire. Bilbo wanted for nothing in his childhood, and he learned early that comfort was something to be cherished and maintained. His father taught him the value of respectability. A Baggins did not make a spectacle of himself or draw unwanted attention. A Baggins managed his property carefully and maintained good relations with his neighbours. A Baggins never went on adventures or involved himself in the dangerous doings of the outside world. Bungo lived by these principles, and he expected his son to do the same, and for many years it seemed that Bilbo would follow perfectly in his father's footsteps. But his mother taught him other things. Belladonna told stories of distant lands and ancient times, tales she had heard from elves and rangers, and the few adventurous hobbits who had travelled beyond the Shire. She spoke of mountains and dragons and treasures lost in darkness, and young Bilbo listened with wide eyes and wondered what such places might be like. Belladonna encouraged his curiosity even as Bungo tried to suppress it, and the conflict between these two influences shaped the hobbit Bilbo would become. Bilbo received the education appropriate to a young hobbit of good family. He learned to read and write, skills that many hobbits never bothered with beyond basic literacy. He studied maps and genealogies and the limited history that hobbits kept. He learned the social graces necessary for maintaining the Baggins position in hobbit society, how to host a proper dinner, and how to give appropriate gifts on birthdays. He became cultured by hobbit standards, which meant he knew good food and good tobacco and good conversation. He made friends among the young hobbits of Hobbiton and the surrounding area, but he was never quite like them. The Took blood made him different, gave him interests and curiosities that other young hobbits did not share, while his friends were content to discuss farming and weather and local gossip. Bilbo sometimes wondered about the lands beyond the borders and the peoples who lived there. He kept these thoughts mostly to himself, for he had learned that such interests marked one as odd, but they never entirely went away. Bungo died when Bilbo was still young, leaving Bag End to his only son. Belladonna lived longer, but she too eventually passed away, and Bilbo found himself alone in the great hole with only his books and his thoughts for company. He settled into a comfortable bachelor existence, managing his inheritance carefully and maintaining the respectability his father had valued. To all outward appearances, he was exactly what a Baggins should be, prosperous and settled and utterly conventional. The years passed pleasantly enough. Bilbo tended his garden and kept his hole in perfect order. He entertained occasionally and attended the parties and festivals that marked the hobbit's social calendar. He smoked his pipe on the bench outside his door and watched the world go by, and he seemed perfectly content with his quiet life. The other hobbits of Hobbiton considered him respectable, if a bit odd, for he had fewer relatives to burden him with visits and obligations than most hobbits did. But beneath the respectable surface, something else stirred occasionally. Bilbo would stand at his gate in the evening and look down the road that led away from Hobbiton, and he would wonder where it went and what lay beyond the familiar lands. He would hear travellers passing on the road and feel a strange longing to join them. He would read his old books and study his maps and imagine what it might be like to see the places they described. These moments passed, and Bilbo would return to his comfortable routines, but they came often enough that he could not entirely ignore them. He never acted on these impulses. A respectable hobbit did not simply abandon his home and wander off into the wildlands. A Baggins certainly did not do such things. Bilbo had his position to maintain and his property to manage, and besides, he was comfortable at Bag End. Why would he leave comfort and safety for the uncertainty and danger of adventure? The very idea was absurd, and Bilbo dismissed it whenever it arose. So Bilbo lived through his younger years and into middle age without any hint that his life might be different from any other hobbit's. He was approaching 50, which was young for a hobbit, but no longer youth itself, and he seemed destined to continue exactly as he had been. The respectable Mr. Baggins of Bag End, comfortable in his hole, content with his garden, living the quiet, unremarkable life that hobbits valued above all else. There was no sign of what was coming, no indication that everything would soon change. Bilbo was simply a hobbit like any other, or so everyone thought, including Bilbo himself. Gandalf the Grey came to Hobbiton on a spring morning in April of 2941. He was a wizard, one of the Istari sent from the west in ancient times, though hobbits knew him only as a wanderer who brought fireworks and trouble in equal measure. Gandalf had not been seen in the Shire for many years, and when he appeared on the road near Bag End, he was looking for something specific. He was looking for a burglar to join an expedition, and he had decided that Bilbo Baggins was exactly the hobbit he needed. Bilbo was outside smoking his pipe when Gandalf arrived at his gate. The wizard greeted him, and they spoke for a time about small matters. But Gandalf was studying Bilbo carefully and seeing things the hobbit did not realize were visible. He saw the took blood that made Bilbo different from other Bagginses, and he remembered Belladonna and the spirit she had possessed. When Gandalf suggested that Bilbo might enjoy an adventure, the hobbit responded with proper horror and insisted that adventures were nasty, uncomfortable things that made one late for dinner. But Gandalf had already made his choice. He marked Bilbo's door with a sign that evening, a rune that meant burglar wanted for expedition. Bilbo knew nothing of this mark or what it would bring, and he went about his evening routine thinking he had successfully discouraged the wizard from involving him in anything uncomfortable. The next day the dwarves began arriving. They came one by one and in small groups, knocking on Bilbo's door and walking into his home as if they had been invited. Dwalin came first, then Balin, then Fili and Kili, and others followed until 13 dwarves had crowded into Bag End and were eating everything in Bilbo's pantries. The hobbit was horrified and confused, unable to understand why these strangers had invaded his home or what they wanted from him. Thorin Oakenshield arrived last, the leader of the company and the heir of the king under the mountain. He was grim and proud, and he carried himself with the bearing of exiled royalty, which was exactly what he was. Thorin had come to recruit a burglar for an expedition to reclaim his homeland from the dragon smog, and Gandalf had told him that a certain Mr. Baggins of the Shire would be perfect for the task. The dwarves spread maps on Bilbo's table and talked of dragon gold and lost kingdoms. They spoke of Erebor, the lonely mountain, and the treasure that lay beneath it, guarded by Smaug, who had driven the dwarves out generations before. They discussed routes through the wild lands and strategies for entering the mountain unseen. Bilbo listened in growing alarm as he realized what these strangers were proposing. And when they explained that he was expected to join them as their burglar, he nearly fainted from shock. Bilbo refused, of course. He was a respectable hobbit who had never stolen anything in his life, and the very idea of burgling from a dragon was insane. He wanted the dwarves to leave and take their mad plans with them. But Gandalf spoke to him quietly and reminded him of things Bilbo had tried to forget. The old longings for adventure and the curiosity about distant lands. The wizard saw deeper than Bilbo wanted anyone to see, and his words struck at something the hobbit kept buried beneath layers of respectability. The dwarves stayed the night, singing songs of their lost homeland and the gold that waited beneath the mountain. Their music stirred something in Bilbo that he had not felt in years, a wild desire to see the things they sang about and to be part of something larger than his comfortable life. He went to bed confused and troubled, torn between the safety he had always known and a possibility he had never seriously considered. Morning brought decision time. The dwarves departed early, leaving a note saying they would wait for Bilbo at the Green Dragon Inn if he chose to join them. Bilbo read the note over breakfast and tried to convince himself that he was relieved they had gone. But the feeling would not come, and instead he felt only a strange emptiness and a sense that something important was slipping away. The Took Side 1. Bilbo found himself running out of bag, end without his hat or his walking stick or any of the supplies a sensible traveller would bring. He ran down the road toward the Green Dragon, shouting that he was coming, that he would join the expedition, and the watching hobbits thought he had gone completely mad. Bilbo Baggins, the respectable Mr. Baggins of Bag End, was running off with dwarves on some wild adventure, and the scandal of it would be discussed in the Shire for years afterward. Bilbo caught up to the dwarves and signed the contract they thrust at him without reading it properly. He mounted a pony they had brought for him and rode away from Hobbiton with the company, looking back only once at the hill and the home he was leaving. The adventure had begun, and there was no turning back, and Bilbo felt terror and exhilaration in equal measure as the familiar lands fell behind and the wild country opened before him. The Shire was shocked by Bilbo's departure. The Bagginses did not do such things, and the fact that Bilbo had run off with barely a word to anyone was scandalous beyond measure. His neighbours declared him mad and predicted he would never be seen again, killed by bandits or eaten by dragons or lost in the wilderness. The more charitable ones hoped he would come to his senses and return home before too much harm came to him. But Bilbo did not return, and as the months passed with no word, the hobbits assumed the worst and began to consider what would become of Bag End with its master gone. One hobbit's choice to seek adventure seemed a small thing in the grand scheme of Middle-earth's affairs, but it would prove more significant than anyone could have imagined. For Bilbo Baggins was riding toward a destiny that would change not just his own life, but the fate of the world itself. The respectable hobbit had become an adventurer, and nothing would ever be quite the same again. The journey east took Bilbo Baggins into lands he had never imagined, and through perils that would have killed a less fortunate hobbit. The company travelled through the wild country beyond the Shire, following roads that grew rougher and less maintained as they moved further from civilized lands. Bilbo learned quickly that adventure was exactly as uncomfortable as he had always suspected, with rain and cold and insufficient meals and no proper bed to sleep in. But he kept going, driven forward by a stubbornness he had not known he possessed. Their first serious trouble came with trolls in the wildlands west of Rivendell. 3 stone trolls caught the company and stuffed most of them into sacks, preparing to cook them for dinner. Bilbo tried to help and only made things worse, but Gandalf saved them all by keeping the trolls arguing until dawn, when sunlight turned them to stone. The company took the trolls, treasure and weapons, and Bilbo claimed a short sword that was perfectly sized for a hobbit, though it had been made as a knife for elves long ago. Rivendell was a wonder beyond anything Bilbo had expected. The last homely house stood in its hidden valley with waterfalls, singing, and elves walking beneath ancient trees. Elrond read the moon letters on Thorin's map and gave them information crucial to their quest. But the dwarves grew restless after a few weeks of elvish hospitality and insisted on continuing their journey. Bilbo would have happily stayed longer in that beautiful place, but he had signed a contract, and he followed when the company departed. The Misty Mountains nearly ended their quest before it properly began. The company took shelter in a cave during a storm, not knowing it was a goblin trap. Orcs poured out of the darkness and dragged them deep into the mountain tunnels, and only Gandalf's power saved them from being killed or enslaved. In the chaos of their escape, Bilbo was separated from the others, knocked unconscious and left behind in the black depths beneath the mountain. He woke alone in darkness so complete he could not see his own hands. Crawling through the tunnels, Bilbo's fingers closed on something small and cold and circular lying on the stone floor. He put it in his pocket without thinking much about it, a simple golden ring that seemed of little importance. But that ring would prove more significant than all the dragon gold they sought, though Bilbo did not know it yet. Wandering lost in the goblin tunnels, Bilbo came to an underground lake where a creature named Gollum lived. The creature was twisted and ancient, and he spoke to himself in hissing whispers, and he proposed a riddle game to the lost hobbit. If Bilbo won, Gollum would show him the way out, but if Gollum won, he would eat the hobbit. They traded riddles in the darkness, and Bilbo won through a mixture of luck and desperation, asking what he had in his pocket when he could think of no proper riddle. Gollum went to fetch his precious ring to help him kill the hobbit despite losing the game, but the ring was gone. Bilbo had it in his pocket, though he did not yet understand what he had found. Gollum's rage and grief were terrible to hear, and Bilbo fled through the tunnels, with the creature chasing him and screaming about his precious. By accident, Bilbo put the ring on his finger, and he vanished from sight. The ring made him invisible, and he used that power to slip past the goblin guards and escape into the sunlight where the company was waiting. The dwarves were amazed to see him alive. Bilbo told them of his escape, but he lied about the ring, claiming he had won it from Gollum in the riddle game. The lie came easily, and he did not examine why he felt the need to deceive his companions. He kept the ring secret and told himself it was just a useful tool he had earned fairly, but something in him knew to guard the knowledge of it carefully. Beowulf, the skin changer, gave them shelter and provisions for the next leg of their journey. He was a huge man who could take the shape of a bear, and he lived alone in a great hole between the mountains and Mirkwood Forest. Beowulf had little love for dwarves and less for goblins, but he fed the company and sent them on their way with warnings about the forest they would cross. Bilbo found Beowulf terrifying and wonderful in equal measure, a being from the old tales made flesh. Mirkwood was darkness and despair. The forest had been corrupted by evil, and its paths were treacherous and confusing. The company ran out of food and then out of water, and they wandered lost among trees that seemed to shift and change when no one was looking. Giant spiders caught them and wrapped them in webs, and Bilbo had to rescue the dwarves, using his ring and his sword. He killed spiders and cut his friends free, and the dwarves began to see that their burglar had more courage than they had credited him with. Wood elves captured them just as they escaped the spiders. The elves locked the dwarves in their underground halls, but they did not find Bilbo, who wore his ring and followed invisibly. For weeks, Bilbo wandered the elvish halls, learning their layout and watching the guards, and eventually he conceived a desperate plan. He freed the dwarves and stuffed them into empty barrels, and the barrels were floated down the river that led out of the Elf King's domain. Bilbo rowed a barrel himself through the cold water, and they all floated downstream to Lake Town, with the elves none the wiser. The men of Lake Town welcomed Thorin as the heir of the king under the mountain, hoping he would restore the wealth and trade that had died when smoke came. They provisioned the company and sent them toward Erebor, and Bilbo began to feel the weight of what they were attempting. They were going to burgle from a dragon, and the hobbit was expected to lead the way. The mountains loomed ahead, and fear grew in Bilbo's heart, but he had come too far to turn back. Bilbo entered the mountain alone while the dwarves waited outside. He crept through the vast halls filled with treasure, and he saw Smaug sleeping on his hoard. The dragon was huge beyond imagining, covered in gems and gold that had stuck to his belly over the years, and his breath was fire and death. Bilbo stole a cup from the edge of the hoard and fled, and Smaug woke in rage at the theft. The dragon attacked Lake Town in his fury. He flew from the mountain, breathing fire and destruction, and the town burned. But Bard the archer stood firm, and he shot the dragon in his one vulnerable spot, and Smaug fell dead into the lake. The dragon was slain, but his death brought new problems, for now many parties claimed the treasure he had guarded. Thorin barricaded himself in the mountain and refused to share the gold, and armies gathered outside, demanding their portion. The battle of 5 armies was fought at Erebor's gates. Dwarves and elves and men faced an army of goblins and wolves that poured out of the north. And Bilbo stood in that terrible battle, wearing his ring and trying not to die. The eagles came, and Bowen arrived in his bear shape, and the tide turned against the goblins. The battle was won, but Thorin was mortally wounded, and he made peace with Bilbo before he died. Bilbo wept for the dwarf king who had led them so far and fallen so close to victory. Bilbo came home in 2942 with his share of the treasure and a magic ring in his pocket. The journey had changed him utterly. He was no longer the respectable hobbit who had run out of Bag End without his handkerchief. He had faced trolls and goblins and spiders and a dragon, and he had survived through courage and cleverness and luck. He had killed enemies and saved friends and walked through lands no hobbit had seen in living memory. The Took in him had fully awakened, and the Baggins' respectability was forever compromised. But Bilbo would not have traded the experience for anything. Bilbo returned to the Shire to find himself legally dead. He had been gone for over a year, and the Sackville Bagginses had wasted no time in claiming Bag End and auctioning off his possessions. The hobbit who walked back into Hobbiton with a pack full of gold and a sword at his belt was not expected and decidedly not welcome by those who had already divided his property among themselves. Bilbo had to prove his identity and threaten legal action before he could reclaim his home, and even then he never recovered all his belongings. The Shire was scandalized by his return. Respectable hobbits did not go off on adventures, and they certainly did not come back wealthy and armed and full of wild tales. Bilbo told anyone who would listen about his journey, about trolls and dragons and elves and battles, but most hobbits thought he was lying or mad or both. The Bagginses were mortified by their eccentric relative, and the Sackville Bagginses never forgave him for coming back and ruining their inheritance plans. Bilbo settled back into Bag End, but he was changed in ways that went deeper than his tales of adventure. He had wealth now, gold and silver from the dragon's hoard, and he lived more comfortably than ever. But comfort was not enough anymore, for he had seen too much and done too much to be satisfied with the quiet life he had led before. He filled his home with books and maps and mementos from his journey, and he spent his time writing down everything that had happened to him. The book he wrote became his obsession for a time. He titled it There and Back Again, A Hobbit's Tale, and he labored over every word, trying to capture the truth of his adventure. He wrote about the trolls and the goblins, about Rivendell and Mirkwood and the Lonely Mountain. He wrote about Gollum and the Riddle Game, though he lied in the writing just as he had lied to the dwarves, claiming he had won the ring fairly. The lie troubled him sometimes, but he could not bring himself to write the truth. Years passed, and Bilbo did not age as hobbits normally did. He remained much as he had been when he returned from his journey, neither growing older nor showing any signs of the creeping infirmity that claimed other hobbits his age. At 50 he had looked young for his years, and at 60 he looked the same, and at 70 he still appeared barely middle-aged. His neighbours noticed, and they whispered about it, adding this strangeness to the long list of peculiarities that made Bilbo Baggins a subject of gossip. The ring stayed in his pocket or locked away in a drawer, and Bilbo used it occasionally when he wanted to avoid unwanted visitors. He would slip it on his finger and vanish, walking invisible through the Shire or hiding in his own home while neighbours knocked at his door. The ring made him feel powerful and safe, and he grew fond of it in a way that went beyond its usefulness. He thought about it more than was healthy, and he guarded it carefully, letting no one know he possessed such a treasure. Gandalf visited occasionally through the years, appearing at Bag End without warning and staying for days or weeks at a time. The wizard would smoke his pipe on Bilbo's porch and ask seemingly casual questions about the hobbit's journey, and particularly about the ring. Gandalf's interest in that simple gold band troubled Bilbo, and he found himself lying to the wizard just as he had lied to everyone else. He claimed the ring was just a trinket of no importance, and he grew angry when Gandalf pressed him about it. The wizard's visits became less frequent as the years passed, and his questions grew more pointed. Gandalf was troubled by something he would not fully explain, and he spent less time in the Shire and more time travelling to distant lands on errands Bilbo did not understand. But when he did visit, he watched Bilbo carefully, studying the hobbit's unchanged face and the way he touched his pocket where the ring rested. Gandalf saw things that worried him, but he said little, waiting and watching and gathering knowledge from other sources. Bilbo's relationship with his neighbours deteriorated over time. The hobbits of Hobbiton had never fully forgiven him for his adventure, and his continued strangeness did nothing to improve their opinion. He entertained visitors less often and went out among other hobbits less frequently. He preferred his books and his writing to the company of folk who thought him mad, and he grew more isolated with each passing year. But Bilbo was not entirely alone. He maintained friendships with a few hobbits who found his tales interesting rather than alarming, and he was always kind to the young hobbits who came to his door begging for stories. He would tell them about his adventures in simplified form, leaving out the darker parts and emphasizing the excitement and wonder. The children loved his stories, even if their parents disapproved, and Bilbo found joy in their wide-eyed attention. The dragon gold made Bilbo wealthy beyond what any normal hobbit could hope for, and he spent his money generously when the mood struck him. He gave gifts to those in need, and he helped pay for improvements to Hobbiton that benefited everyone. Some hobbits thought he was trying to buy respectability that his adventure had cost him, but others simply accepted his generosity and stopped questioning where it came from or why he remained so young. Time moved strangely for Bilbo in those years. The days passed pleasantly enough, but they seemed to blur together, one much like another, and he sometimes felt as if he were waiting for something without knowing what. The ring whispered to him in ways he did not quite recognize as whispers, suggesting that he keep it close and guard it carefully and never let it go. Bilbo obeyed these impulses without examining them too closely, for the ring had become precious to him in ways he could not articulate. Gandalf's concern deepened with each visit as he watched Bilbo remain unchanged while the years accumulated. The wizard suspected what the ring truly was, but he needed proof, and proof was difficult to obtain without revealing his suspicions to others who might use the knowledge unwisely. He questioned Bilbo more directly about how he had obtained the ring, and the hobbit's evasions and anger confirmed Gandalf's worst fears. The simple gold band was not simple at all, and the longer Bilbo possessed it, the more danger grew. In the year 2980 of the Third Age, tragedy struck the Brandybuck family. Drogo Baggins and his wife Primula were out boating on the Brandywine. For Primula was a Brandybuck, and Brandybucks were the only hobbits foolish enough to go on water for pleasure. The boat capsized, and both drowned, leaving behind a 12-year-old son named Frodo. The child had no other close family except distant cousins, and the question of who would raise him became a matter of some concern among the relatives. Bilbo Baggins stepped forward and offered to adopt the boy. This surprised nearly everyone, for Bilbo was already considered peculiar and childless bachelors did not typically take in orphans. But Bilbo had known. Primula through her took connections, and he had watched young Frodo on his occasional visits to Bag End. He saw something in the boy that reminded him of himself at that age, a curiosity about the world and a quality of thoughtfulness that set him apart from other hobbit children. Frodo came to live at Bag End, and the arrangement suited both of them remarkably well. Bilbo had someone to share his home with and to pass his knowledge to, and Frodo had a guardian who understood him better than more conventional relatives would have. The boy had his mother's Brandybuck spirit and his father's Baggins sense, and Bilbo recognized both qualities as valuable even if other hobbits found them strange. Bilbo educated Frodo in ways that no other hobbit child was educated. He taught him to read not just Western, but some Elvish as well, and he gave him access to the extensive library he had accumulated over the years. Frodo learned geography from maps that showed lands far beyond the Shire, and he learned history from books that told of ages long past. He absorbed everything Bilbo taught him with an eagerness that delighted his guardian. The two of them spoke Elvish together sometimes, practicing the language in the privacy of Bag End where other hobbits would not hear and think them even stranger than they already did. Bilbo taught Frodo the proper pronunciation and the courtly phrases that elves used, and Frodo proved an apt student. The language opened windows onto a wider world and a deeper past than anything found in common hobbit knowledge. Frodo heard all of Bilbo's stories about his adventure, told properly without the simplification Bilbo used for other hobbit children. He learned about trolls and goblins and the dragon, and he listened with fascination rather than the skepticism that other hobbits showed. Frodo believed Bilbo's tales because he could see the truth of them in his guardians' eyes and in the sword that hung on the wall and in the coat of mithril armor that Bilbo kept locked away in a chest. Bilbo took Frodo on long walks through the Shire and beyond its borders, further than most hobbits ever wandered. They walked to the woody end where elves sometimes passed, and on rare occasions they encountered the fair folk and spoke with them in their own language. Frodo learned to love elves as Bilbo did, to appreciate their grace and their music and their different way of seeing the world. These encounters left Frodo changed in subtle ways that other hobbits could sense but not name. The years passed and Frodo grew into a young hobbit who was clearly cut from a different cloth than his peers. He was interested in things beyond the Shire, and he asked questions that made other hobbits uncomfortable. He read books when he should have been farming, and he spent time with his eccentric guardian when he should have been courting respectable hobbit lasses and starting a family of his own. The Sackville Bagginses watched disapprovingly and muttered that Bilbo was ruining the boy. But Frodo was happy at Bag End, in ways he had never been happy anywhere else. The hall was comfortable beyond measure and filled with interesting things to study and learn about. Bilbo was kind and understanding, and he never pressured Frodo to be anything other than himself. They lived together in companionable oddness. Two hobbits who did not quite fit the Shire mold, and who found in each other the acceptance they could not find elsewhere. Gandalf visited occasionally, and he watched Frodo with the same careful attention he gave to Bilbo. The wizard saw that the boy was bright and curious and fundamentally good, and he wondered what role young Frodo might play in events that were still gathering beyond the horizon. Gandalf spoke with Frodo about many things during these visits, testing the depth of his knowledge and the quality of his character, and he came away satisfied with what he found. Bilbo remained unchanged through the years of Frodo's youth. When Frodo came to Bag End at 12, Bilbo looked perhaps 50, though he was 90. When Frodo reached adulthood at 33, Bilbo still looked 50, though he was now 111. The disparity was obvious and troubling, and Frodo sometimes asked his guardian about it. Bilbo laughed off the questions, and claimed good living and took blood kept him young, but Frodo sensed there was more to it than that. The two hobbits shared a secret strangeness that set them apart from the rest of the Shire. They were educated beyond what hobbits thought necessary, interested in things hobbits considered irrelevant, friendly with elves when most hobbits avoided them entirely. They lived at the center of Hobbiton, but they were not fully part of it, existing in a kind of parallel world where books and maps and tales of distant lands mattered more than crops and weather and local gossip. The comfortable years at Bag End could not last forever, though neither Bilbo nor Frodo knew it yet. Forces were moving in the wider world that would eventually reach even into the Shire and touch. These two odd hobbits who wanted only to live quietly with their books and their friendship. But for now they had each other and they had Bag End, and that seemed like enough. The shadow was still distant and the danger was still hidden, and two hobbits could still believe that their quiet, strange life together would continue undisturbed for years to come. September 22nd in the year 3001 of the Third Age was a date that would be remembered in the Shire for generations. It was Bilbo Baggins' birthday, and not just any birthday, but his 111th, which hobbits called his Eleventy First. It was also Frodo's 33rd birthday, his coming of age, and Bilbo had decided to mark the occasion with a party that would be talked about for decades. He spared no expense in the preparations, and rumours of the planned celebration spread throughout the Shire months in advance. The scale of the party was unprecedented. Bilbo invited nearly everyone in Hobbiton and the surrounding area, and he arranged for a special field to be set up with pavilions and tables and a huge covered eating area. Fireworks were ordered from Gandalf, who arrived with a wagon full of the finest pyrotechnics the wizard could provide. Food and drink were procured in quantities that staggered even hobbit expectations, and musicians were hired to play throughout the festivities. The day itself was perfect, clear, and warm, with just enough breeze to be pleasant. Hobbits began arriving at midday, and the party swelled quickly to enormous proportions. The food was magnificent, beyond anything the Shire had seen, with whole sides of beef and dozens of chickens and pies without number. Ale and wine flowed freely, and the hobbits ate and drank with the enthusiasm their race was famous for. The fireworks began after dark, and they were spectacular. Dragons and ships of light sailing through the sky, while hobbits gasped and applauded. Bilbo moved through the celebration, greeting guests and accepting their well wishes, and he seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. He gave a speech after the fireworks, thanking everyone for coming and making jokes that had the assembled hobbits laughing and cheering. He spoke of how much the Shire meant to him and how glad he was to have lived so long among such excellent neighbours. The speech seemed to be building to some sort of conclusion, and the hobbits waited to hear what their eccentric benefactor would say next. Then Bilbo mentioned that he had something important to announce. He paused for dramatic effect, and in that moment of silence he slipped the ring onto his finger. He vanished completely, disappearing from sight in front of the entire gathered assembly. The hobbits sat stunned for a heartbeat, unable to process what they had just witnessed, and then chaos erupted. Some thought it was a trick with the fireworks, others insisted it was magic, and still others claimed Bilbo had simply run away very fast while they were blinking. But Bilbo was gone, truly and completely gone from the party he had thrown. He had walked invisible back to Bag End while the hobbits were still arguing about what had happened. And by the time anyone thought to check his home, he had already packed his belongings and prepared to depart. Gandalf was waiting for him at Bag End, and the wizard was not pleased with the manner of Bilbo's exit. They argued about the ring, with Gandalf insisting that Bilbo leave it behind for Frodo, and Bilbo growing angry at the suggestion. The argument grew heated in ways that frightened Bilbo, for Gandalf seemed larger and more terrible than the Hobbit had ever seen him. But finally Bilbo relented and placed the ring on the mantelpiece, though it cost him more effort than it should have to let it go. He felt lighter once he had done it, as if a weight he had not fully recognized had been lifted. Bilbo left Bag End that night with Gandalf's blessing, walking away from the Shire toward Rivendell, where he would spend his remaining years among the elves he had always loved. Frodo came home to find Bag End empty except for a letter from Bilbo explaining what had happened. His guardian had left him everything, the hole and the gold and all the possessions accumulated over a century. The ring was in an envelope marked for Frodo, waiting on the mantelpiece where Bilbo had placed it with such difficulty. Frodo took it without understanding what it was or why Bilbo had struggled so hard to leave it behind. The Shire exploded with gossip and speculation after the party. Bilbo's disappearance was the scandal of the age, and hobbits debated endlessly about what had happened and where he had gone. Some claimed he had finally gone completely mad, others insisted he had been taken by elves, and a few whispered that he had died in some magical accident and his body would never be found. The Sackville Bagginses were beside themselves, for once again Bilbo had thwarted their hopes of inheriting Bag End. Frodo became the master of Bag End at 33, coming into his inheritance in the most bizarre circumstances imaginable. He dealt with the aftermath of the party and the endless questions from neighbors who wanted to know what had really happened. He defended Bilbo's reputation as best he could, while privately wondering about the truth himself. His guardian had left in the strangest possible manner, and Frodo could not shake the feeling that there was more to the story than Bilbo's letter had explained. The ring sat in its envelope for some time before Frodo really examined it. It seemed a simple thing, a plain gold band with no markings or decorations. He put it on occasionally and found that it made him invisible, just as it had made Bilbo invisible, and he thought it a useful, if somewhat unsettling, piece of magic. But he did not wear it often, and he told no one about it, following some instinct that said the ring should be kept secret. Life in the Shire returned to normal slowly after the scandal of Bilbo's departure. The hobbits went back to their farms and their families and their usual concerns, though they would talk about the long-expected party for years to come. But something had changed in ways that went deeper than the loss of one eccentric hobbit. The comfortable certainty of Shire life had been shaken, and hobbits who had witnessed Bilbo's vanishing could not entirely forget that they had seen something impossible. Something that suggested the world was stranger and more dangerous than they had believed. Frodo settled into Bag End alone, surrounded by Bilbo's books and maps and mementos. He missed his guardian terribly, and he wondered if he would ever see Bilbo again. The ring stayed in his possession, a link to the hobbit who had raised him, and a mystery he did not yet understand. The shadow was moving closer, though Frodo did not know it, and the comfortable life he had known was already beginning to end. Frodo settled into life as the master of Bag End, and the years passed with a quietness that seemed almost deliberate after the scandal of Bilbo's departure. He maintained the hall exactly as his guardian had kept it, with books lining the walls and maps spread across tables and the comfortable disorder of a place meant for thinking, rather than impressing visitors. The other hobbits of Hobbiton gradually accepted that Frodo was now the Baggins of Bag End, though they still considered him as odd as Bilbo had been. The ring stayed in Frodo's possession through all these years. He kept it hidden away most of the time, taking it out occasionally to look at it or to slip it on his finger when he wanted privacy from unwanted callers. The invisibility it granted was useful, but also unsettling, and Frodo never wore it for long without feeling a vague disquiet that he could not name. He told no one about the ring's power, following the same secretive impulse that had guided Bilbo. Gandalf visited less frequently than he had in the years before Bilbo's departure. The wizard would appear without warning and stay for a few days, smoking his pipe on the bench outside Bag End and asking Frodo careful questions about the ring. Frodo noticed that Gandalf seemed troubled by something he would not fully explain, and the wizard's visits grew shorter and more urgent as the years passed. He would disappear for months or even years at a time, traveling to distant lands on business that he described only vaguely. The wizard's questions about the ring became more pointed with each visit. He wanted to know how often Frodo used it, and what it felt like to wear it, and whether Frodo found himself thinking about it when he was not wearing it. These questions made Frodo defensive in ways he did not fully understand, and he found himself lying to Gandalf just as Bilbo had lied, claiming the ring was just a trinket he barely thought about. The lies came easily, and they troubled him afterward. Frodo aged slowly through the 17 years following Bilbo's departure. At 33, he had looked young for his age, and at 40, he looked much the same, and at 50, he still appeared barely into middle age. Other hobbits his age were beginning to show grey in their hair and lines around their eyes, but Frodo remained remarkably unchanged. His neighbors noticed, and they whispered about it, adding this strangeness to all the other peculiarities that marked the Baggins family. The Shire continued in peace through these years, while shadows gathered in lands beyond its borders. Wars were fought in distant places, and dark things stirred in regions hobbits never saw. But none of these troubles touched the quiet country between the Brandywine and the Far Downs. The hobbits farmed their land and celebrated their festivals, and they knew nothing of the growing darkness that threatened all the free peoples of Middle-earth. Frodo maintained some of the friendships Bilbo had cultivated with those few hobbits who did not find the Bagginses too peculiar. Sam Gamgee worked as his gardener, a practical young hobbit who loved growing things and who listened with interest when Frodo spoke of elves and distant lands. Merry, Brandybuck, and Pippin Took were younger cousins who visited often, and they brought energy and laughter to Bag End when they came. These friendships anchored Frodo to the Shire, even as he felt himself drifting away from it in ways he could not articulate. The ring whispered to Frodo through those years, though he did not recognize the whispers as anything external. He found himself thinking about it at odd moments, wondering where it was and whether it was safe. He checked on it more often than was necessary, and he grew anxious when he could not immediately locate it. The ring was becoming precious to him in ways that went beyond its usefulness, and he did not see the danger in that attachment. Gandalf's final visit before the crisis began was in the spring of 3009. The wizard stayed only briefly, and he seemed more troubled than Frodo had ever seen him. He asked again about the ring, and he grew stern when Frodo was evasive. Gandalf warned Frodo to keep the ring secret and safe, and to use it as little as possible, and then he departed with urgency written in every movement. He did not return for 9 years, and Frodo worried about him through all that time. The world was moving toward war, but Frodo knew nothing of it. Sauron had returned to Mordor openly, and his power was growing daily. The Dark Lord was searching for something he had lost long ago, a ring of power that he needed to complete his dominion over Middle-earth. His servants were spreading across the lands, asking questions and hunting for rumors of a certain hobbit who had found something in dark tunnels beneath the mountains. But the Shire remained isolated and ignorant, protected by the rangers who guarded its borders without the hobbits knowing. Frodo lived through these years in a strange kind of waiting, though he did not know what he was waiting for. He read Bilbo's books and studied the maps and maintained the whole, and he felt increasingly that his life was somehow on hold. The ring sat in its hiding place, gathering weight and significance beyond its physical form. And though Frodo did not understand what it was, he sensed that it connected him to something vast and dangerous that existed beyond the borders of his peaceful land. The 17 quiet years were ending, though Frodo did not know it yet. Gandalf was returning with knowledge that would shatter the peace and transform everything. The Dark Lord's servants were drawing closer to the Shire in their search. The ring that Frodo kept hidden was the one ring that Sauron needed to conquer the world, and possessing it had already marked Frodo for a fate beyond anything he could imagine. The comfortable life at Bag End was already over, even if Frodo still lived it, and the shadow that had grown in distant lands was about to fall across the Shire and destroy forever the innocence that hobbits treasured above all else. Gandalf arrived at Bag End on an April evening in 3018, appearing suddenly after 9 years of silence. Frodo was startled to see him, for the wizard had been gone so long without word that Frodo had begun to fear something terrible had happened. But Gandalf was alive, and he had returned with knowledge that he had spent those 9 years gathering, and his face was grave in ways that made Frodo deeply uneasy. The wizard wasted no time on pleasantries. He asked immediately about the ring and whether Frodo still had it, and the urgency in his voice made the hobbit hesitate before answering. Frodo admitted he still possessed the ring, and that he had kept it secret as Gandalf had instructed years before. The wizard's expression grew grimmer still, and he told Frodo to bring the ring so they could examine it together. Frodo fetched the ring from where he kept it hidden. He felt reluctant to show it to Gandalf, and had to force himself to hand it over, which troubled him even as he did it. The wizard took the ring carefully and studied it in the firelight. And then he did something that shocked Frodo. Gandalf threw the ring into the fire and left it there among the flames. Frodo cried out in protest, reaching toward the fire, but Gandalf stopped him. The wizard explained that he needed to test the ring to confirm his suspicions, and he told Frodo to wait and watch. They sat in tense silence while the ring heated among the coals, and after some time Gandalf used tongs to pull it from the fire. The ring was hot but not melted, and as it cooled in the dim light of the room, letters appeared on its surface that had not been visible before. The letters glowed with their own fire, and they were written in an ancient script that Frodo did not recognize. Gandalf read them aloud in a language that sounded terrible and powerful, and the words seemed to make the air in the room heavy and oppressive. The wizard's voice was grim as he translated the verse into the common speech, speaking of one ring to rule them all and one ring to find them. One ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. Gandalf told Frodo what the ring truly was. It was the one ring forged by Sauron in the fires of Mount Doom in the Second Age. The master ring that controlled all the other rings of power. It was the most dangerous object in Middle-earth, and the Dark Lord had been searching for it desperately for centuries. Sauron needed the ring to complete his power and to conquer all the free peoples, and he would stop at nothing to reclaim it. The wizard had finally learned the truth from Gollum himself after long searching, and he knew now that Bilbo had simply found the ring after Gollum lost it. The ring had preserved Bilbo through all those years after his return from adventure. It had kept him young and unchanged, but it had also been working on him in darker ways, making him possessive and secretive and slow to give it up. The same was happening to Frodo now, Gandalf warned. The ring wanted to be found by its master, and it would betray anyone who carried it if given the chance. Frodo asked what he should do. The ring could not stay at Bag End, for Sauron's servants would eventually find it there, and when they came they would destroy the Shire to take it. The ring could not be used against Sauron, for it was part of his power and it would corrupt anyone who tried to wield it. The ring could not be hidden forever, for its power was too great and its call to its master was too strong. Gandalf explained that the ring must be destroyed. Only in the fires of Mount Doom, where it was made, could it be unmade, and only its destruction would end Sauron's threat forever. But Mount Doom lay in Mordor, at the heart of the Dark Lord's realm, and how could anyone carry the ring there when all of Sauron's power was bent on finding it? The task seemed impossible, but Gandalf insisted there was no other choice. Frodo felt the weight of the world settling onto his shoulders. He was just a hobbit who wanted to live quietly in the Shire, and now he held the fate of all free peoples in a simple golden band. He asked why the ring had come to him, and Gandalf said that some things were meant to be, though no one could say by whom or for what ultimate purpose. Bilbo had been meant to find the ring, and perhaps Frodo had been meant to receive it. The comfortable world of Bag End had shattered in the space of an evening. Frodo understood now that everything had changed, that the peaceful life he had known was already over. The Shire itself was in danger simply because he lived there with the ring in his possession. Sauron was searching and his servants were coming, and Frodo would have to leave the only home he had ever loved to protect it from the evil that sought what he carried. Gandalf left soon after revealing the truth, for he had much to do and many to consult. He told Frodo to make ready to depart, but to tell no one the real reason why. The hobbits sat alone in Bag End after the wizard left, holding the ring and feeling its weight in ways that went far beyond the physical. The shadow had finally reached the Shire, and nothing would ever be the same again. Frodo spent the months after Gandalf's revelation planning his departure from the Shire. He could not simply abandon Bag End without causing suspicion, so he conceived a plan that would give him an excuse to leave Hobbiton without raising questions. He would sell Bag End to the Sackville Bagginses, who had always coveted it, and he would purchase a small house in Buckland across the Brandywine. Hobbits would think it odd, but not alarming, for Frodo had Brandybuck blood, and a move to Buckland could be explained as a desire to return to his mother's homeland. The preparations took time and required careful attention to detail. Frodo sold off furniture and belongings that he could not take with him, keeping only what was most precious or most necessary. He arranged the sale of Bag End and the purchase of the house in Crocolo, handling all the legal matters that hobbits loved to complicate with excessive documentation. He set his departure for late September, after his birthday, when he would turn 50 and when such a significant change might seem appropriate. Sam Gamgee knew something was wrong. He had been Frodo's gardener for years, and he noticed things that others missed, like how his master seemed troubled and distracted, or how Frodo was preparing to leave with more secrecy than a simple move to Buckland required. Sam had accidentally overheard Gandalf and Frodo discussing the ring months before, hiding outside the window while they spoke of dangers and dark lords. He had not understood everything he heard, but he knew Frodo was in some kind of trouble. Merry, Brandybuck and Pippin had noticed changes as well. They were Frodo's cousins and his closest friends, and they could see that something more than a simple house move was happening. Frodo was giving away possessions he treasured and making arrangements that seemed final rather than temporary. He was acting like someone preparing for a long journey rather than a move across the Brandywine, and his friends grew concerned. The three of them compared notes and pieced together what they could. Sam admitted to overhearing the conversation about the ring and the danger it posed. Merry revealed that he had been watching Frodo for months and tracking his preparations. Pippin contributed his observations about Frodo's mood and behavior, and together they concluded that their friend was planning to leave the Shire entirely and that he intended to go alone into danger. They confronted Frodo one evening at Bag End, presenting their conspiracy of knowledge with a mixture of pride and determination. Frodo was horrified to learn that they knew his secrets and appalled that Sam had been eavesdropping on private conversations with Gandalf. He tried to deny their conclusions and insisted that he was simply moving to Buckland, but his friends would not be deceived. The argument that followed was intense. Frodo insisted he had to go alone, because the danger was too great to risk his friends. The others countered that they would not let him face danger by himself, and that they were going with him whether he liked it or not. Frodo grew angry and tried to order them to stay behind, but Sam said flatly that he would follow Frodo, even if it meant disobeying direct commands, and Merry and Pippin agreed. Frodo finally understood that he could not dissuade them. His friends had made their decision, and nothing he said would change their minds. They would follow him into danger because they loved him and because that was what friends did. The realization moved Frodo deeply, and his anger transformed into gratitude mixed with fear for what he was leading them into. The conspiracy shifted from uncovering Frodo's plans to helping him execute them properly. Merry took charge of organizing the practical details, for Brandybucks were good at planning and logistics. He arranged for their supplies to be sent ahead to Crickolo, so they would not have to carry everything from Hobbiton. Pippin helped with packing and sorting what needed to go and what could be left behind. Sam focused on the garden and on gathering provisions for the journey ahead. The days before departure were bittersweet. Frodo looked at Bag End and Hobbiton, knowing he might never see them again, and the familiar sights took on a painful beauty. The hill where Bag End stood, the party tree on the field, the lanes and gardens he had walked for decades, all of it seemed precious now that he was leaving. He tried to memorize every detail, storing them against the possibility that he would never return. September came, and with it Frodo's 50th birthday. He celebrated quietly with just his 3 friends, and they toasted the road ahead with more solemnity than such occasions usually warranted. The birthday marked the end of Frodo's life in the Shire, and the beginning of something he could not yet imagine. He was leaving behind everything familiar and comfortable, stepping into danger with only his friends and a terrible burden to accompany him. The night before departure, Frodo walked alone through Hobbiton one last time. He passed the houses of neighbors he had known all his life and the shops where he had traded for years. Everything seemed smaller somehow, more fragile, more precious for being about to be lost. The Shire was still at peace, but Frodo knew that peace was threatened by what he carried, and he was leaving to protect it. For hobbits prepared to depart in the morning, for small folk who would never imagine being called to adventure or danger. They were leaving the Shire to save it, though none of them understood yet how far they would have to go or what trials awaited them. The innocence of the Shire was ending as its sons prepared for a journey into darkness, and Middle-earth itself would be changed by what these small folk would accomplish in the months and years ahead. They left Bag End on September 23rd, walking away in the late afternoon when most hobbits were preparing for supper. Frodo locked the door behind him and did not look back, though his heart was heavy with leaving. Sam walked beside him carrying the heavier pack, and Pippin came along with the cheerful energy of someone who thought this was all a grand adventure. Merry had gone ahead days before to prepare things at Crickhollow, so it was just the 3 of them walking east through Hobbiton and onto the road beyond. The hobbits they passed thought nothing unusual was happening. Frodo had told everyone he was moving to Buckland, and seeing him walk that direction with his friends seemed perfectly normal. No one suspected that this was anything more than the first stage of a house move, and no one imagined that Frodo might never return. The 3 walkers kept their pace casual and their faces cheerful, playing the part of hobbits on an ordinary journey. But as Hobbiton fell behind and the road stretched ahead, into less familiar country. The weight of what they were doing settled on them. Frodo felt the ring in his pocket like a burning coal, heavier with each step away from the Shire. Sam walked in silence, glancing back occasionally at the lands he was leaving. Only Pippin maintained his good spirits, chattering about the adventure ahead and the places they would see. They walked through the afternoon and into the evening, following the road east through the green hill country. The landscape was still familiar to all of them. Rolling hills and scattered trees and farms where hobbits worked their land. But there was a quality to the air that seemed different somehow, as if leaving Bag End had changed the world itself. Frodo found himself watching the road behind them and the shadows under the trees, feeling uneasy in ways he could not name. Night was falling when they turned off the road into Woody End. This was the edge of the Shire where elves sometimes passed on their way to the Grey Havens, and Frodo hoped they might encounter the fair folk and gain some protection from their presence. The three hobbits walked among the trees as darkness gathered, and they sang quietly to keep their spirits up. The Black Rider appeared behind them on the road, just as they left it. Frodo saw the dark figure mounted on a black horse, and terror seized him unlike anything he had ever felt. The rider seemed to be searching for something, and Frodo knew with absolute certainty that it was searching for him. He threw himself flat beneath a tree with Sam and Pippin beside him, and they lay frozen while the rider paused on the road above them. The creature sniffed the air like a hound seeking a scent. It moved slowly along the road, searching, and the hobbits could hear it breathing with a horrible rasping sound. Frodo felt an almost overwhelming urge to put on the ring, but some instinct warned him that doing so would be catastrophic. He fought the desire and stayed hidden, praying the rider would pass. Then singing came through the trees, high and clear, and golden light appeared among the shadows. Elves were approaching through Woody End, and the rider turned its horse and fled before them. The hobbits lay trembling as the terror departed, and they remained still until the elves found them huddled beneath the tree. Gildor Inglorian led the elf company, and he recognized Frodo from previous meetings in the Shire. The elves greeted the hobbits with courtesy and invited them to join their camp for the night, sensing that something had frightened them badly. The hobbits accepted gratefully, and they walked with the elves to a clearing where the fair folk would spend the night before continuing their journey west. The elves fed them and gave them wine, and they sat around a fire listening to elvish singing that seemed to come from another world entirely. Frodo spoke with Gildor privately and told him about the Black Rider, and the elf's face grew grave. Gildor knew what such creatures were, and he understood that Frodo was in deadly danger. He advised the hobbit to leave the Shire as quickly as possible and to seek Gandalf or Elrond in Rivendell. The night passed peacefully under the elves' protection. The hobbits slept better than they had expected, wrapped in elvish cloaks and guarded by watchers who never tired. But morning brought the reality that they would have to continue alone, and that the Black Riders were hunting them. Gildor gave them provisions and repeated his warning to make haste, and then the elves departed westward while the hobbits turned east again. The second day of walking was harder than the first. The hobbits knew now that they were being hunted by creatures of terror, and every shadow seemed threatening. They saw another Black Rider in the distance and hid until it passed, and the encounter left them shaken. The wide world was revealing itself as more dangerous than even Frodo had imagined. and Sam and Pippin were learning that adventure in reality was nothing like adventure in tales. They reached Farmer Maggot's land as evening approached. Maggot was a friend of sorts, a gruff but decent hobbit who farmed the marches near the Brandywine. Frodo had trespassed on his property as a young hobbit and gotten a scare from the farmer's dogs, but Maggot bore no grudge. He welcomed them and fed them, and he told them of a black rider who had come asking questions about a Baggins and the Shire. The news chilled Frodo's blood. The riders were not just hunting randomly, but asking specific questions, and they would surely find Bag End soon if they had not already. Frodo's decision to leave was proving wise, but it was also clear that the danger was far greater than he had understood. The Black Riders would pursue him wherever he went, and they would not stop until they found what they sought. Maggot drove them to the Buckleberry Ferry in his wagon, helping them reach the Brandywine more quickly than they could have walked. They crossed the river by the last light of day, pulling the ferry across themselves, and they felt momentarily safer with the water between them and their pursuers. But the feeling did not last, for they knew the riders would cross eventually and continue their hunt. 3 hobbits stumbled into Crick Hollow after dark, exhausted and frightened and newly aware of how small they were in a world far larger and more terrible than the Shire had prepared them for. They had left comfort behind and stepped into a reality where ancient evils hunted them, and where the protection of their peaceful homeland no longer applied. The journey had barely begun, and already they understood that nothing they had known or expected could prepare them for what lay ahead. Merry was waiting at Crick Hollow with supplies prepared and questions ready. He listened to the tale of black riders and elves with growing alarm, for he had not understood how serious the danger truly was. The conspiracy of friends had planned to help Frodo move house, not to flee from servants of the Dark Lord, but Merry did not waver, and neither did the others. They would see this through together, no matter where it led. They rested only briefly before departing again. Frodo had hoped to stay hidden in Buckland for a time, but the Black Riders were too close and searching too actively. They needed to reach Rivendell, where Elrond could advise them, and the shortest path lay through the Old Forest and the Barrow Downs beyond. It was a dangerous route that hobbits normally avoided, but the Black Riders made the normal roads more dangerous still. The Old Forest nearly trapped them in its malice. The trees moved to confuse and ensnare the hobbits, herding them toward Old Man Willow, who caught them and nearly killed them. Tom Bombadil appeared, singing, and rescued them from the ancient tree, and he brought them to his house, where they spent 2 nights in safety, stranger than anything they had known. Tom was a mystery beyond their understanding, immune to the ring's power and master of his own small realm, and he sent them on their way with warnings about the dangers ahead. The Barrow Downs proved even more perilous. A wight caught them in the fog and dragged them into an ancient burial mound, and they would have died there if not for Tom's intervention again. The hobbits escaped with their lives and with swords from the barrow, ancient blades forged long ago in wars against the Witch King. Frodo carried his sword, not knowing that it would one day strike a blow that mattered in ways beyond imagining. They reached Bree, exhausted and shaken, and there they met Strider in the common room of the Prancing Pony. The ranger knew who Frodo was and what he carried, for Gandalf had left messages warning of the danger. Strider offered to guide them to Rivendell, and though the hobbits were suspicious of the Grim Ranger, they had little choice but to accept. The Black Riders had reached Bree and attacked thee in that very night, and only Strider's foresight in moving them to different rooms saved their lives. The journey from Bree to Rivendell tested the hobbits beyond anything they had endured. Strider led them through wild lands and kept them hidden from pursuit, but the Black Riders were relentless in their hunting. The hobbits walked until their feet bled and slept in cold camps with insufficient food, and they learned that Strider was harder and more capable than any man they had ever known. He was Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir of Isildur, though the hobbits did not yet understand what that meant. Weathertop stood as a ruined watchtower on a high hill, and Strider brought them there, hoping to find signs of Gandalf. They found evidence the wizard had been there days before, but he was gone and the Black Riders were closing in. The riders attacked at night while the hobbits were camping on the hilltop, and Frodo, in his terror, put on the ring. The world changed when the ring was on his finger. Frodo could see the riders as they truly were, wraiths in a shadowy realm where he was terribly visible to them. The Witch King himself led the attack, and he stabbed Frodo with a Morgul blade that broke off in the hobbit's shoulder. Strider drove the riders back with fire, but the damage was done. Frodo was wounded by a weapon that would slowly turn him into a wraith himself, unless he could reach elvish healing in time. The race to Rivendell was desperate. Strider carried Frodo when the hobbit could no longer walk, and Sam and Merry and Pippin stumbled along behind. They met Glorfindel, the elf lord, who put Frodo on his horse and sent him racing toward the ford of Bruinen with the Black Riders in pursuit. At the ford, the riders caught up and demanded Frodo surrender, but the hobbit refused, and the river rose in a great flood that swept the riders away. Frodo collapsed as the danger passed, and he remembered nothing more for many days. He woke in Rivendell with Gandalf sitting beside his bed. The wizard had been delayed by treachery and imprisonment, but he had escaped and reached Rivendell in time to help defend it against the riders. Frodo's wound would heal, though it would never fully leave him. The hobbits were safe in the last homely house, and they had accomplished what seemed impossible just weeks before. The Council of Elrond gathered the great and wise to decide what to do with the ring. Elves and dwarves and men came together in that meeting, and they debated long about the choices before them. Frodo sat among them feeling small and out of place, but when the moment came to decide who would carry the ring to its destruction, he found himself volunteering. He offered to take the ring to Mordor, though he did not know the way, and the council accepted his offer with sorrow and gratitude. The Fellowship of the Ring was formed to protect Frodo on his quest. 9 companions would set out together to counter the 9 riders who served the enemy. Gandalf would go as their guide and protector. Aragorn would lead them in matters of woodcraft and warfare. Boromir of Gondor would represent his city. Legolas the elf and Gimli the dwarf would stand for their peoples. And Sam, Merry, and Pippin would not be left behind, despite arguments that hobbits were too small for such a quest. 4 hobbits stood among the 9 companions of the Fellowship. They were the smallest and weakest members of the company, but they had proven themselves on the road from the Shire. Sam would not leave Frodo under any circumstances. Merry and Pippin had come too far to turn back now. The Great Ones accepted them and prepared to set out together when winter passed. The hobbits had travelled from the comfortable Shire to the hidden valley of Rivendell. They had survived the Old Forest and the Barrow Downs, Black Riders and betrayal and a wound that nearly killed Frodo. They had been tested and found stronger, than anyone, including themselves, had expected. Now they stood on the edge of a greater journey still, preparing to walk into the very heart of darkness to destroy the thing that all the powers of evil sought. Small folk called to a task beyond imagining, ready to walk into fire because someone had to, and they would not let their friend go alone. The Fellowship departed Rivendell in late December, taking the southern route toward Mordor. They attempted to cross the Misty Mountains by the high pass of Caradhras, but the mountain defeated them with snow and cold and fell voices in the storm. Gandalf suspected that Saruman the wizard was working against them from Isengard, but whether the storm was his doing or simply the mountain's malice, they could not know. They turned back from the heights and faced a choice between the long road south around the mountains or the dark road under them through the ancient dwarf realm of Moria. Gandalf chose Moria with great reluctance, for he feared what might dwell in those abandoned halls. The mines had been dark for centuries since the dwarves had delved too deep and awakened something terrible. But the mountain pass was closed and the southern route would take too long, so they turned toward the western gate and the long darkness beneath the stone. The hobbits walked into the black tunnels with hearts full of dread, knowing they ventured into a place where their kind had never gone before. The mines were vast beyond comprehension, holes stretched away into darkness that their torches could not penetrate, and stairs descended into depths that seemed to have no bottom. The Fellowship walked for days through silence, broken only by their own footsteps, and the weight of the mountain pressed down on them. The hobbits felt the stone above and around them, and they longed desperately for sky and open air. Gandalf led them carefully through the maze of passages, but even his knowledge was incomplete after so many centuries. They found the chamber of Mazarbul, where Balin had tried to reclaim Moria and failed, and they read the record of his colony's doom in a tattered book. Orcs and something worse had destroyed the dwarves, and the Fellowship understood that they were not alone in the darkness. The orcs attacked in the chamber, pouring through the doors in howling numbers. The Fellowship fought desperately in the confined space, and the hobbits learned what real battle was like. They struck with their swords where they could, and stayed behind the warriors when they could not. And they survived the assault through the courage of their companions. But the fight drew attention from deeper things, and a terror came that sent even the orcs fleeing. They ran through the halls with the Balrog pursuing behind them. Gandalf knew what it was, a creature of shadow and flame from the ancient world, and he knew they could not fight it. The Fellowship raced toward the bridge of Khazad-dûm with the demon close behind, and on that narrow span Gandalf turned to face it. The wizard stood alone against the Balrog and forbade it to pass, and when it came at him anyway, he broke the bridge beneath it. The Balrog fell into the abyss, but its whip caught Gandalf as it fell and dragged him down into darkness. The hobbits screamed, and Aragorn pulled them back from the edge, for they would have thrown themselves after the wizard if not restrained. Gandalf was gone, fallen into shadow, and the Fellowship stumbled out of Moria, bereft of their guide and their protector. Lothlorien gave them time to grieve and rest. The Golden Wood was beautiful beyond description, and the hobbits walked beneath Melian trees that sang in the wind. Galadriel and Celeborn ruled therein grace and power, and they welcomed the Fellowship with compassion for their loss. The hobbits spent weeks in that timeless land, healing from their wounds and preparing for the journey ahead. Galadriel tested Frodo by showing him her mirror and offering him counsel, and she tested all the Fellowship by offering them choices they would remember later. The Lady of the Wood gave them gifts when they departed, elvish cloaks and rope and other things that would prove their worth in dark times. She gave Frodo the Phial of Galadriel, a light to guide him when all other lights failed. They left Lothlorien in boats on the great river, floating south toward the choices that would break their company. For weeks they traveled on the water, seeing no one and troubled only by the sense that Gollum was following them in the darkness. The journey gave them time to think and worry, and Boromir in particular grew troubled by dark thoughts about the ring and how it might be used to save his city. Amon-Hen was where the breaking came. They stopped to decide whether to continue to Mordor or turn aside to Minas Tirith, and Boromir's desire for the ring overwhelmed his honor. He tried to take it from Frodo by force, and the hobbit fled from him in terror. Frodo put on the ring to escape and sat on the seat of seeing atop the hill. And there the eye found him, and he felt the full terrible weight of Sauron's attention. Frodo made his choice in that moment of fear. He would go on to Mordor, but he would go alone, for he could not trust the Fellowship anymore. He took one of the boats and pushed off from the shore, meaning to slip away while the others searched for him. But Sam saw him going and threw himself into the water after the boat, and Frodo had to pull him in or let him drown. The two hobbits floated away together toward the eastern shore, while behind them chaos erupted. Orcs attacked the Fellowship at Amon-Hen, coming in force from both sides of the river. Boromir died defending Merry and Pippin, blowing his horn and fighting until the arrows finally brought him down. The two young hobbits were captured despite his sacrifice, taken by Uruk-hai, who wanted them alive for questioning. Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli found Boromir dying and heard his confession of what he had done, and they chose to pursue the orcs who had taken the hobbits rather than follow Frodo into Mordor. The Fellowship was broken. Frodo and Sam were gone east toward the Dark Land with only each other for company. Merry and Pippin were prisoners being carried north at terrible speed toward Isengard. Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli were racing after the orcs in desperate hope of rescue. Gandalf was dead in Moria's depths. Boromir lay dead beneath a tree with his broken horn beside him. 4 hobbits had set out together from the Shire, and now they walked 3 different paths. Frodo bore the ring toward its destruction with only his gardener beside him. Merry and Pippin were captives in orc hands, facing a fate they could not imagine. The Fellowship that had been formed to protect them was scattered across hundreds of miles, and the hobbits who remained were more alone and vulnerable than they had ever been. Merry and Pippin were carried north by the Uruk-hai at a pace that left them bruised and terrified. The orcs ran day and night without stopping, and the 2 hobbits were slung over shoulders or dragged along when they could not keep up. They heard the orcs arguing about what to do with them, some wanting to kill them and others insisting they be brought to Saruman alive. The hobbits stayed silent and tried to survive each brutal mile. The orcs were ambushed by riders of Rohan on the edge of Fangorn Forest. In the chaos of the attack, Merry and Pippin escaped into the trees, crawling away while orcs and men fought and died around them. They fled deeper into the forest, seeking any refuge from the slaughter, and they found themselves in a wood older and stranger than any they had seen. Treebeard found them resting beneath an ancient tree. The Ent was vast and tree-like himself, a being from the elder days when the world was younger. He spoke slowly in a deep, rumbling voice, and he was suspicious of the small creatures who had entered his forest. But Merry and Pippin convinced him they were hobbits and not orcs, and Treebeard's manner changed to curiosity mixed with concern. The Ent carried them to his home and questioned them about their journey. He wanted to know why hobbits were traveling with orcs and what had brought them to Fangorn. Merry and Pippin told him everything they could about the Ring and the Fellowship and Saruman's treachery in Isengard. Treebeard listened with growing anger, for he had not known the full extent of what Saruman had done. Saruman had been cutting down trees on the borders of Fangorn to fuel his war machine. The wizard had shown no respect for the ancient forest or the beings who dwelt there, treating trees as mere resources to be harvested. Treebeard's anger was slow to kindle but deep once roused, and he decided that the Ents must take action. He called for an Entmoot, a gathering of his people to discuss what should be done. The Entmoot took 3 days, for Ents did not rush their decisions. Merry and Pippin waited while the ancient tree shepherds debated in their slow language, discussing matters that went back centuries and considering consequences that might unfold over ages. The hobbits grew impatient, but they understood that this was how Ents worked, taking time to be certain before acting. The decision when it came was more decisive than the hobbits had dared hope. The Ents would march on Isengard and deal with Saruman for his crimes against the forest. Treebeard gathered his people and they moved south, walking with a purpose and speed that surprised the hobbits riding on the Ents' shoulders. Trees were roused and the forest itself seemed to move, and what had been a sleepy wood became an army marching to war. The attack on Isengard was devastating. The Ents broke Saruman's gates and smashed his walls, tearing down the works of stone and metal with their tremendous strength. They diverted the river and flooded the underground chambers where Saruman had built his forges. The wizard's orcs fled or were destroyed, and Saruman himself was trapped in his tower while the Ents tore apart everything he had built. Merry and Pippin watched from Treebeard's shoulders as Isengard was unmade. They saw the ancient wrath of the trees unleashed against those who had harmed the forest, and they understood that Ents were more dangerous than their slow speech suggested. The Tower of Orthanc stood inviolate, for it was made by ancient arts beyond the Ents' power to break, but everything around it was reduced to ruin and water. Gandalf arrived during the aftermath with Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli. The wizard was alive after all, returned from death as Gandalf the White with greater power than before. He confronted Saruman in his tower and broke the traitor's staff, stripping him of his position among the wizards. Merry and Pippin were reunited with their friends and learned what had happened since the Fellowship broke. The 2 young hobbits had become knights of the Riddermark while in Fangorn. King Theoden had found them after the battle with the orcs and had honored them for their courage. Pippin had found his cousin Merry among the wreckage, and together they had entered service to Rohan, sworn to aid the kingdom in the war ahead. They were no longer simple hobbits from the Shire, but warriors who had seen battle and survived. Merry chose to ride with Theoden when the Rohirrim departed for Gondor. He swore himself to the king's service and was given arms and armor suitable for a hobbit. The bond between the young hobbit and the old king was real and deep, for Theoden saw in Merry a courage that belied his size. Pippin went with Gandalf to Minas Tirith, for the wizard had purposes there, and the hobbit would not be separated from him. The hobbits who had been captured by orcs and carried north against their will had helped bring down one of the enemy's chief servants. They had roused the Ents from their long, slow thoughts and turned them to war. They had witnessed the fall of Isengard and the breaking of Saruman's power. Two small folk had accomplished what armies might have failed to do, simply by being in the right place and speaking the right words to beings who needed to hear them. Merry and Pippin rode away from ruined Isengard on different paths, each to play his part in the greater war. They had grown beyond the carefree hobbits who had joined the conspiracy in the Shire. They were warriors now and servants of kings, and they would stand in battles that would test them to the breaking point. Frodo and Sam crossed the Anduin and entered the barren lands east of the river with nothing but their packs and their courage to sustain them. The Emyn Muil was a maze of broken stone and twisted gullies where nothing grew and water could not be found. The hobbits wandered for days trying to find a path down from the high places, growing desperate with thirst and exhaustion. They were alone in a hostile land with no guide and no clear direction, and the task before them seemed impossible. Gollum had been following them since Moria. The creature crept after them in the darkness, drawn by the ring that he called his precious. And when the hobbits finally caught him, they found a twisted thing that was neither wholly alive nor wholly dead. Frodo took pity on the wretched creature despite Sam's warnings, and he spared Gollum's life in exchange for his service as a guide. The creature swore by the precious to lead them to Mordor, and they had no choice but to trust him or wander lost until they died of thirst. Gollum led them down from the Emyn Muil by secret paths only he knew. He moved like an animal on all fours, sniffing the air and muttering to himself in two voices that argued endlessly. Sam hated and distrusted him from the start, but Frodo saw something pitiful in the creature and treated him with a kindness that Gollum had not known in centuries. The bond between Frodo and Gollum grew despite Sam's objections, for both of them carried the burden of the ring and understood its terrible weight. The dead marshes stretched before them like a nightmare made real. Pools of stagnant water lay between clumps of rotting grass, and the ground shifted treacherously beneath their feet. Gollum led them through the maze by paths that only he could see, warning them not to follow the lights or look at the faces in the water. But Frodo saw the faces anyway, warriors from ancient battles lying preserved in the marsh, and he nearly fell in trying to reach one before Sam pulled him back. The marshes tested them cruelly. They walked for days through cold water and sucking mud, sleeping on hummocks barely large enough for 3 small bodies. They ate nothing but lembas and drank foul water when they could find any at all. The ring grew heavier on Frodo's neck, and his dreams were troubled by the eye searching for him. He felt Sauron's attention turning toward the west where the great battles were gathering, and he prayed that the Dark Lord would not notice 2 hobbits creeping through his borderlands. They came at last to the Black Gate of Mordor. The great walls stood across the passes into the Dark Land, heavily guarded and impossible to cross openly. Frodo wanted to try anyway, driven by desperation and the weight of his burden, but Gollum stopped him. The creature promised there was another way, a secret path he knew, and after much debate, Frodo agreed to try it. They turned south toward Ithilien and the southern borders of Mordor, where Gollum claimed a pass existed. Ithilien was beautiful in ways that made the hobbits weep. Green growing things flourished there, and water ran clear in streams. And after the horrors of the marshes, it seemed like paradise. They rested in that fair land and ate fresh food for the first time in weeks, and they began to hope that perhaps their journey was not entirely hopeless. But Ithilien was also dangerous, for it lay on the borders of Mordor, and patrols from both sides crossed its lands. Faramir and his rangers found them in Ithilien. They were men of Gondor, holding a desperate watch against Mordor's forces, and they took the hobbits captive with courtesy but firmness. Faramir was the brother of Boromir, who had died at Amon Hen, and when he learned who Frodo was and what he carried, he faced the same temptation his brother had faced. The ring whispered to him of power to save Gondor and defeat the enemy. But Faramir was stronger than his brother had been. He listened to Frodo's story, and he saw the burden the hobbit carried, and he chose to let him go on his quest, rather than seizing the ring for Gondor. Faramir gave them food and supplies and advice about the path ahead, and he warned them about Cirith Ungol and the evil that dwelt there. He suspected that Gollum was leading them into a trap, but he could not prove it, and he let them depart with blessings and grave doubts. The hobbits turned east toward the mountains, with Gollum leading them on. The stairs of Cirith Ungol rose before them, carved into the cliff face by hands long dead. They climbed through the day and into the night, ascending the endless steps while their legs trembled with exhaustion. Gollum went ahead, scouting the way, and he seemed increasingly nervous the higher they climbed. The stairs led them past the city of Minas Morgul in the valley below. They saw the dead city glowing with a cold light, and they felt the evil radiating from it like heat from a fire. A great host marched out of the gates while they watched, heading west to the war, and the Lord of the Nazgul led them. Frodo felt the terrible presence of the Witch King, and nearly put on the ring in his terror before Sam dragged him back from the edge. They continued climbing after the host passed. The stairs grew steeper and more treacherous, and Gollum led them higher into the mountains, toward the pass of Cirith. Ungol darkness was gathering around them, and path ahead was rising toward something terrible that Gollum would not name. Frodo felt the weight of the ring crushing him down with each step, and he leaned on Sam more heavily as they climbed toward the spider's lair. Two hobbits were walking into darkness, guided by a creature who meant to betray them. They were climbing toward a trap that would test them beyond endurance and separate them at the moment of greatest need. The road to Mordor was leading them through horrors they could not imagine, and the worst was still ahead. The tunnel entrance stood like a mouth in the mountainside. Gollum had led them to it with increasing nervousness, and now he hung back while the hobbits approached the dark opening. He claimed he would not enter, that he had brought them as far as he could, and Frodo was too exhausted to argue. The hobbit took the phial of Galadriel from his pack and stepped into the darkness with Sam close behind. The tunnel was worse than any darkness they had known. It was not merely the absence of light, but a physical presence that pressed against them, thick and choking. The air was foul with a reek of death and decay, and cobwebs hung across their path in sheets that clung to their faces and hands. They pushed forward slowly, using the phial's light to see, and the passage seemed to go on forever into the heart of the mountain. Shelob came from behind them, cutting off their escape. The great spider was ancient beyond reckoning, a creature from elder days when Sauron was young. She had made her lair in these passages and fed on all living things that entered, and Gollum had brought the hobbits to her as tribute. He hoped she would take them and leave the precious for him to reclaim. Frodo saw her eyes first, clusters of them gleaming in the file's light. Then he saw her bulk, vast and bloated, with legs like tree trunks and fangs that dripped venom. He raised the file, and its light blazed bright, and Shelob recoiled from the radiance of Irindil's star. The spider retreated, and the hobbits ran forward through the tunnel, hoping to escape before she recovered her courage. They burst out onto a steep path on the far side of the tunnel, gasping for air and thinking themselves safe. But Shelob had other ways through her lair, and she came at them from above. Frodo turned to face her and raised the file again, and the light drove her back once more. He thought they had one, that the monster would not dare attack while he held the elvish light. Gollum attacked Frodo from behind, leaping on him and trying to tear the phial from his hands. The two of them struggled on the path, while Sam fought to help his master. Gollum got his hands on Frodo's throat and squeezed, and the phial fell from Frodo's grasp and rolled away down the slope. Sam drove Gollum off with his sword, and the creature fled wailing into the rocks. Shelob struck while they were still recovering. She came fast, despite her size, and she seized Frodo before Sam could stop her. Her venom paralyzed him instantly, and he fell limp in her grip. Sam attacked her with his sword and with Sting, the blade that Bilbo had carried, and he wounded her in ways that made her scream. But she wrapped Frodo in webs and dragged him away while Sam fought desperately to stop her. Sam drove her off finally with Sting's elvish blade and the power of the phial he had retrieved. Shelob fled wounded into her lair, and Sam was left alone on the path with Frodo wrapped in spider silk and lying motionless. The hobbit cut away the webs with frantic hands, but Frodo did not move or breathe. He was dead, or so Sam believed, stung by the great spider and poisoned beyond any cure. The grief that struck Sam in that moment was beyond bearing. His master was dead, and the quest had failed, and Sam was alone on the borders of Mordor with no hope of completing what they had set out to do. He wept over Frodo's body and cursed himself for failing to protect him. Everything they had endured and suffered had been for nothing. But the ring remained. It lay on a chain around Frodo's neck, and the quest could not be abandoned simply because one hobbit had fallen. Sam understood through his grief that someone had to continue, that the ring had to be destroyed, or everything Frodo had died for would be wasted. He took the ring from Frodo's neck with hands that shook, and he hung it around his own neck, though the weight of it nearly crushed him. Sam made his choice in that moment of despair. He would go on alone into Mordor and try to finish what Frodo had begun. He was just a gardener who had never wanted adventure, and now he was the ring-bearer walking into the dark land with no companion and no real hope of success. But he would try because someone had to, and he would not let Frodo's death mean nothing. He left Frodo's body hidden under a cloak by the path, for he could not carry it and the quest both. He took Sting and the phial, and what supplies remained, and he turned toward the pass that led down into Mordor. Every step away from Frodo's body tore at his heart, but he walked on anyway. The ring whispered to him already, trying to claim him as it had claimed Gollum, but Sam pushed the voice aside and focused on the task ahead. Orcs found Frodo's body while Sam was climbing toward the pass. They argued about it briefly before deciding to take it to their tower for questioning. for the body was still warm, and one orc claimed it was not dead, but only stunned. They carried Frodo away toward the Tower of Cirith Ungol, while Sam walked unknowing toward Mordor, and the two hobbits were separated at the moment when they most needed each other. Sam would learn later that he had made a terrible mistake, that Shelob's venom paralyzed but did not kill, and that Frodo had been alive when he left him. But in that moment Sam believed his master was dead, and that he alone carried the burden of the ring. The smallest and most unlikely hero in all of Middle-earth had chosen to go on when every reason said he should give up, and that choice mattered more than all the battles and strategies of greater folk. Sam was walking into darkness alone because it was right, and his loyalty and courage in that moment were greater than any deed of warriors or kings. Merry rode with the Rohirrim when they departed for Gondor, though he had to do so in secret. King Theoden had forbidden him to come on the grounds that the journey would be too hard for one so small, but Merry would not be left behind. He hid among the riders with the help of Dernhelm, a young warrior who took pity on the hobbit and smuggled him along. Merry rode on the horse behind his rescuer, holding tight as the great cavalry of Rohan thundered south toward war. The ride was brutal. The Rohirrim moved at speed through their own lands and then into Gondor, racing to reach Minas Tirith before it fell. Merry clung to the saddle and endured, though his body ached and his legs went numb from the constant riding. He ate in the saddle and slept when they paused briefly for rest, and he spoke little to Dernhelm, who remained distant and strange. But the young warrior had saved him from being left behind, and Merry was grateful beyond words. Pippin had reached Minas Tirith weeks earlier with Gandalf. The great city rose in tiers of white stone, beautiful and terrible in its ancient strength. Pippin entered the service of Denethor the steward, offering himself in payment for Boromir's sacrifice at Amon-Hen. He became a guard of the citadel and wore the livery of the tower, and he walked the high places of the city while it prepared for siege. Denethor was falling into madness even as his city prepared for war. The steward had looked into a palantir and seen visions that Sauron had allowed him to see, visions of overwhelming force and certain doom. He grew dark and bitter, convinced that Gondor would fall and that all resistance was futile. Pippin served him as best he could, but he watched the steward's mind crumbling and could do nothing to stop it. The siege began when the armies of Mordor surrounded the city. Orcs and men from the east and the south came in numbers beyond counting, and they brought siege towers and rams to break Gondor's walls. The Witch King led them, the Lord of the Nazgul, riding on a fell beast and commanding the assault. For days the city held while the enemy battered at its gates and catapults hurled stones at its walls. Pippin stood on the walls and watched the battle unfold. He saw the lower levels of the city fall and refugees streaming up toward the citadel. He saw the great ramgrand brought against the gate, and he heard the Witch King's voice commanding it to break. The gate shattered and the enemy poured through, and Pippin thought all was lost. But the horns of Rohan sounded across the fields. The Rohirrim had arrived at the moment of greatest need, and they charged into the enemy host with devastating force. Merry rode with them into battle, still hidden behind Dernhelm, and he saw warfare on a scale he had never imagined. Thousands clashed on the Pelennor fields, and the ground shook with the thunder of cavalry. King Theoden led the charge, and his warriors followed with songs of victory on their lips. They smashed through the enemy lines and drove toward the city, and for a moment it seemed they might win. But the Witch King came against them on his fell beast, and he struck down the king in full view of his army. Theoden fell from his horse, and the great beast crushed him beneath its weight. Dernhelm stood over the fallen king and defied the Witch King. The warrior removed his helm and revealed herself as Eowyn, the king's niece, who had disguised herself to ride to war. She slew the fell beast with her sword and faced the lord of the Nazgul alone. The Witch King mocked her and raised his mace to strike her down, for no man could kill him according to ancient prophecy. Merry struck from behind while the Witch King was focused on Eowyn. He drove his sword into the back of the creature's knee, the blade that had been forged long ago in wars against this very enemy. The sword shattered with the blow, and Merry's arm went numb, but the blade had done its work. It broke the spells that protected the Witch King and left him vulnerable to mortal weapons. Eowyn drove her sword into the empty hood where the Witch King's face should have been. The Lord of the Nazgul shrieked and fell, and his form dissolved into nothing on the blood-soaked field. The greatest of Sauron's servants was destroyed by a woman and a hobbit, by two warriors the enemy had never thought to fear. Merry collapsed beside the fallen bodies of king and princess, his arm useless and his strength spent. The battle raged on around him, but Merry saw little of it. He was found later by Pippin, who had come searching through the chaos, and the two hobbits were reunited on the battlefield. Pippin carried Merry toward the Houses of Healing, while fighting continued across the Pelennor. The siege was broken, and the enemy was retreating, but the cost had been terrible. Theoden died on the field with his niece and his strange small friend beside him. Eowyn lay near death from the Witch King's touch and from the wounds she had taken in battle. Merry's arm was withered by the blade he had struck with and might never heal properly. The hobbits had stood in the greatest battle of the age, and they had struck blows that changed its outcome. But they had paid for their courage in blood and pain. Two hobbits who had left the Shire seeking only to help their friend had become warriors in the service of kings. They had ridden to war and fought against the enemy's greatest servants. They were small folk still, barely noticed among the thousands who fought and died on the Pelennor. But they had proven that size meant nothing when the heart was brave enough. The free peoples would remember that two hobbits had stood at the turning point of the war and had not flinched from the terror that came against them. Sam learned his terrible error when he heard orcs talking below him on the road. They spoke of a prisoner in the tower of Cirith Ungol, a spy they had captured who wore mithril armor worth more than all of Mordor. Sam understood with horror that Frodo was alive and that he had abandoned his master when he was most needed. The ring had to go back to its rightful bearer, and Sam had to rescue Frodo from the orcs who held him. The Tower of Cirith Ungol was a place of evil and despair. Sam entered it alone with Sting and the File, climbing the dark stairs past the bodies of orcs who had killed each other fighting over Frodo's belongings. He found his master at last in the highest chamber, naked and beaten and left for dead by orcs who had been slaughtered in their own civil war. Sam gave Frodo water and the lembas he had saved, and he returned the ring with hands that trembled with relief at being free of its weight. Frodo took the ring back, and the change in him was immediate and terrible. He snarled at Sam for touching his precious, and accused his friend of trying to steal it. But the madness passed quickly, and Frodo wept with shame at what the ring was doing to him. Sam forgave him without question, and dressed him in orc armor they scavenged from the dead. And together they descended the tower and stepped out into Mordor itself. The land of shadow was a nightmare made real. Nothing green grew in that poisoned country, and the air itself was thick with ash and fumes. Mount Doom stood before them, belching smoke and fire, and between the tower and the mountain lay miles of barren wasteland patrolled by orc armies. Two hobbits in ill-fitting orc armor began walking toward the mountain, hoping their disguise and their insignificance would let them pass unnoticed. They walked for days across Mordor, while the ring grew heavier with each step. Frodo stumbled and fell repeatedly, and Sam caught him and helped him rise, and they went on. They had no food left except the last crumbs of lembas, and water was scarce and foul. The hobbits were dying slowly from hunger and thirst and exhaustion, but they kept moving toward the mountain because stopping meant failure. The disguise failed when they reached the road to the mountain. Orcs saw through their poor armor and drove them forward with whips, forcing them to march with a company heading toward the Samath Nor. Sam and Frodo marched among the orcs until chaos erupted around them, and in the confusion they slipped away into the rocks. They discarded the armor and crawled on hands and knees toward the mountain. Two small shapes moving across bare stone while armies prepared for battle around them. The final ascent nearly killed them both. The slopes of Mount Doom were steep, and the heat was crushing, and the fumes choked them with every breath. Frodo could barely walk, and Sam carried him when he fell, though Sam himself was near collapse. They climbed through day and into night, ascending the winding path that led to the Samath, nor where the ring had been forged. Gollum attacked them on the mountain slope. The creature had followed them across Mordor, creeping after the precious he could sense even from a distance. He leaped on Frodo and tried to strangle him, and Sam had to beat him off with his fists. Gollum fled into the shadows, but he did not go far, for the ring was too close now, and his need was too great. They reached the entrance to the Samoth, nor as dawn broke across the tortured land. The chamber of fire lay before them, and in its depths the cracks of doom gaped open with heat that could unmake the ring. Frodo stood at the entrance, and Sam thought the quest was finally finished, that they would destroy the ring and the long burden would end. But Frodo would not do it. He stood at the edge of the abyss and declared that the ring was his, that he would not destroy it. He put the ring on his finger and vanished from sight, claiming it for himself in the very place where it had been made. Sam cried out in despair and reached for where Frodo had been standing. But his master was gone into the invisible world, and the quest had failed at the final moment. Gollum came then, following the sense of the ring, even though he could not see the one who wore it. The creature attacked the invisible Frodo and bit off his finger to reclaim the precious he had lost so long ago. Gollum held up the severed finger with the ring still on it and danced with mad joy at having it back. He capered too close to the edge in his celebration, and he fell, still clutching the ring, into the fires below. The ring was unmade in the moment Gollum fell. The fires of Mount Doom consumed it, and Sauron's power shattered across Middle-earth. The Dark Lord's realm began to collapse, and his armies broke in terror as they felt their master's defeat. Frodo and Sam stood together in the Samath, nor watching the mountain shake itself apart around them, and they knew they had succeeded, even if Frodo had failed at the last test. They crawled out of the chamber, as the mountain erupted around them. Rivers of fire poured down the slopes, and the ground shook with earthquakes that split the rock. The hobbits made it to a high place above the flows, and there they lay down to wait for death. They had completed the quest, but there was no escape from Mordor, and they accepted that they would die together in the land they had come so far to destroy. Sam spoke of the Shire as they waited. He talked about Hobbiton and Bag End and the gardens he would never tend again, and Frodo listened and added his own memories. They remembered the peaceful land they had left and the simple life they had known, and they found comfort in those memories as the world burned around them. The eagles came as fire consumed the mountain. Gwaihir, the Windlord, and his kindred swept down through smoke and ash and plucked the hobbits from the rock where they lay. They bore Frodo and Sam away from the destruction toward safety in the west, and the hobbits lost consciousness in the great bird's claws. The smallest heroes of the age were carried to safety by the greatest of eagles, rescued at the last possible moment from the fires they had lit to save the world. Frodo woke in soft sheets with the smell of healing herbs around him. He was in Ithilien, in a camp of the army that had marched to the Black Gate as a diversion while he and Sam had climbed Mount Doom. Gandalf sat beside his bed, alive and smiling, and the wizard told him that the quest had succeeded and Sauron was destroyed forever. Frodo wept with relief and disbelief, for he had been certain he would die on that burning mountain. Sam was in the bed beside him, already awake and being fussed over by healers who marveled that either hobbit had survived. The two of them had been burned and starved and poisoned by Mordor's foul air, and they had nearly died despite the eagle's rescue. But they were healing now under the care of Aragorn, who had skill in the healing arts, and who tended them personally. The king himself served the ring-bearers, honoring them for what they had accomplished. The days of recovery passed slowly in that fair camp. Frodo and Sam ate and slept and gradually regained strength, though Frodo's hand would never fully heal from where Gollum had bitten off his finger. They learned what had happened while they were in Mordor, how the armies of the West had marched to the Black Gate to draw Sauron's attention away from his own land. Aragorn and Gandalf had gambled everything on that diversion, and the gamble had succeeded beyond hope. Merry and Pippin arrived at the camp after several days. They came riding with the forces of Rohan and Gondor, and the four hobbits were reunited for the first time since the Fellowship broke at Amon Hen. They embraced and wept and laughed together, and each pair told the others of their separate journeys. Merry spoke of the Ents and the ride to Gondor, and Pippin told of his service to Denethor and the siege. Frodo and Sam described Mordor and the mountain in halting words, for those memories were still too raw to speak of easily. The hobbits saw how much each of them had changed. Merry's arm was still healing from the Witch King's blade and might never regain its full strength. Pippin had grown taller and carried himself with the bearing of a soldier. Sam was thinner than he had ever been, but his eyes held a steadiness that had not been there before. Frodo was the most changed, for the ring had marked him in ways that went deeper than his missing finger, and his friends could see shadows in him that had not been there when they left the Shire. The field of Cormallen was prepared for a great celebration. The army gathered in a green meadow in Ithilien, while spring flowers bloomed around them, and a throne was set up for Aragorn, who would soon be crowned as king. The hobbits were brought before the assembled host, walking together through ranks of warriors who had fought at the Black Gate and on the Pelennor fields. They felt small and out of place among all these great folk, just for hobbits in a sea of men and elves. Aragorn stood before his throne and called Frodo and Sam forward. The king praised them before all the assembled army, speaking of their courage and their sacrifice and the impossible task they had completed. He told how two small folk had walked into the heart of darkness and destroyed the enemy when all the armies of the West could not have done so. Then Aragorn the king bowed before the hobbits, and all the host bowed with him. The sight of thousands bowing to two small hobbits moved even the hardest warriors to tears. Frodo and Sam stood overwhelmed and embarrassed, while an entire army honored them as the greatest heroes of the age. A minstrel sang the praise of the ring-bearers in the high tongue of the elves, and the song would be remembered and passed down through all the ages that followed. The small folk of the Shire had saved Middle-earth, and the world acknowledged it. Merry and Pippin were honored as well for their deeds. Aragorn spoke of how they had roused the Ents and ridden to war and struck down the Witch King when all hope seemed lost. He named them Knights of the Riddermark and Guards of the Citadel, and he gave them arms and armor appropriate to their station. The two young hobbits who had joined the conspiracy in the Shire were now warriors, honored by kings. The celebration lasted for days. There was feasting and music and tales told of the war that had been won. The hobbits sat among the great ones and were treated as equals, which they found more uncomfortable than honorable. They wanted only to return home to the Shire and resume their normal lives, but they understood that they could not leave yet. There were duties to fulfill and ceremonies to attend before they could think of going home. Gandalf spent time with them during those days, and he spoke more openly than he ever had before. He told them that they had been part of a great design, though whether that design was the will of the Valar or simply the working of chance, he could not say. The ring had come to Bilbo and then to Frodo for reasons beyond understanding, and the hobbits had proven equal to the burden in ways that surprised even the wisest. The four hobbits understood gradually that they could never return to being what they had been before. They had seen too much and done too much, and the Shire when they reached it would seem smaller and less significant than it once had. They were marked by their experiences in ways that other hobbits would never understand, and they would carry those marks for the rest of their lives. But they were alive and they were together, and the world was free from the shadow that had threatened to consume it. 4 hobbits from the Shire had stood against the darkness and had not broken, and they had accomplished what no one else could have done. They were the smallest heroes of the greatest tale, and their names would be remembered as long as any memory of the Third Age remained. The hobbits remained with the army through the spring, while Aragorn prepared to claim his throne in Minas Tirith. They rode south with the host and witnessed the coronation of the king, and they stood in the great city as Aragorn was crowned Elazar and wedded Arwen, Evenstar. The ceremony was magnificent beyond anything the hobbits had imagined, but they felt out of place among such grandeur. They longed for the Shire and the simple comforts they had left behind so many months before. Summer came, and the hobbits began their journey north with Gandalf and a company of elves. They rode through Rohan and stopped at Edoras, where King Eomer held a great feast in their honor. Merry said farewell to the king and to the people who had honored him as a Knight of the Mark, and he promised to return one day, though he did not know if he ever would. The bonds forged in war were strong, but the pull of home was stronger. They continued north through lands, slowly recovering from the devastation of war. Fields were being replanted and villages rebuilt. And everywhere they went, the people celebrated the victory and honored the ring bearers. The hobbits grew weary of being celebrated, and they rode more quickly, eager to reach familiar country. They passed through the gap of Rohan and came at last to Isengard, where Treebeard waited to greet them. The Ent was still guarding ruined Isengard and tending the trees he had planted among its broken stones. He welcomed them with slow joy and asked for news of the war and its ending. The hobbits spoke with him for a time, and then they asked about Saruman, for the wizard had been locked in his tower when last they saw him. Treebeard told them that Saruman had been released and had wandered away with his servant Wormtongue, heading west. The news troubled Gandalf, but he said nothing of his concerns. They came to Rivendell in the autumn, and there they rested for many weeks. Bilbo was there, ancient now and frail, and Frodo spent long hours with his old guardian. Bilbo wanted to hear all the tales of the journey, and he worked on his book, adding the story of the War of the Ring to the history he had been writing. But his mind wandered sometimes, and he grew tired easily, and Frodo saw that his beloved guardian was fading. The parting from Bilbo was harder than Frodo had expected. The old hobbit gave him his book and his sword and asked him to finish the tale properly when the time came. Frodo promised he would, though saying goodbye felt final in ways that troubled him. Bilbo seemed content to remain in Rivendell among the elves he loved, and Frodo understood that his guardian would never see the Shire again. They departed Rivendell with Gandalf in late October, riding west toward home. The lands grew more familiar with each mile, and the hobbits' spirits rose as they recognized country they had passed through on the outward journey. But they began to hear disturbing news from travelers they met on the road. The Shire was troubled, the travelers said, and strangers had come in and taken control. Gandalf left them at the borders of the Shire, for he had business elsewhere, and he sensed the hobbits needed to handle their homeland's problems themselves. He told them they had grown strong enough to deal with whatever they found, and he rode away, leaving them to enter the Shire alone. The four hobbits crossed the border in November and immediately saw that things were wrong. The Shire they entered was not the Shire they had left. Gates had been built on the roads, and guards challenged them at the borders. The bounders had been replaced by rough men who demanded papers and asked hostile questions. Hobbiton was changed as well when they reached it, with new ugly buildings and trees cut down and hobbits going about with frightened faces. They learned quickly that Sharky had taken control of the Shire. This Sharky had come months before with a gang of ruffians, and he had established himself as chief, issuing rules and restrictions that made life miserable for everyone. Hobbits were forbidden to cut trees or build without permission, and many of the best foods were being gathered up and sent away. The comfortable life the hobbits had always known was being systematically destroyed. The four returning hobbits were shocked and angry in equal measure. They had fought to save the world, and their own homeland had been invaded while they were away. The rangers who had protected the Shire for centuries had been focused on the war, and in that brief gap, Saruman had slipped in and taken control. For Sharky was Saruman, reduced and bitter and taking petty revenge on the hobbits because he had nothing else left. The hobbits who greeted them did not recognize what the four travelers had become. These were not the simple folk who had departed more than a year before, but warriors hardened by war and capable of facing down any danger. Frodo and Sam had walked through Mordor, and Merry and Pippin had fought at great battles and served kings. They would not be cowed by Saruman's ruffians, or accept the destruction of their homeland without resistance. The four hobbits rode toward Hobbiton with grim determination. They were coming home as warriors to a shire that did not know what had happened to them, and they would free their land from the evil that had taken root while they were away. The long journey home had revealed that one final battle remained, and this one would be fought on their own soil for their own people. The four hobbits rode through Hobbiton and saw the full extent of what Sharky had done. The party tree had been cut down, leaving an ugly stump where generations of hobbits had gathered for celebrations. Bag End had been taken over and surrounded by new ugly sheds that fouled the hill. Many of the old trees along the lanes were gone, cut for firewood or simply destroyed out of spite. The beautiful village they had left was scarred and diminished, and the hobbits who remained seemed cowed and frightened. Frodo went to Bag End and found it occupied by ruffians who laughed at his claim to own the place. The hole itself had been desecrated, with dirty boots on the floors and furniture broken or stolen. The library where Bilbo had kept his books was ransacked, and the garden Sam had tended so carefully was trampled and ruined. The sight filled Sam with a rage he had not felt even in Mordor, for this was his home being destroyed and his master's inheritance defiled. The ruffians made the mistake of threatening the four travelers. These thugs were used to bullying frightened hobbits who had never fought back, and they did not recognize what stood before them now. Merry and Pippin had fought at the Black Gate and Pelennor Fields, and Frodo and Sam had walked through the land of the enemy himself. 4 armed and angry hobbits drove the ruffians out of Bag End and into the street, and the watching hobbits saw that resistance was possible. Word spread quickly through Hobbiton that the travellers had returned and were standing up to Sharky's men. Hobbits emerged from their holes with farm tools and hunting bows, ready finally to fight for their homeland. Sam organized them with the authority he had learned serving in a great war, and Merry and Pippin took charge of forming them into companies. The Shire was rising at last against the invaders who had terrorized it for months. Sharky's response was to send all his ruffians against Hobbiton to crush the rebellion. More than 100 men came armed with weapons and full of confidence that they could easily defeat any number of hobbits. They marched toward the village expecting the same fear and submission they had always received, and they found instead an organized resistance waiting for them. The Battle of Bywater was fought on the road between Hobbiton and Bywater. The hobbits had built barricades and positioned archers in the trees and hedges, and when the ruffians came marching down the road, they walked into an ambush. Arrows flew from cover, and the men fell in surprise. And when they tried to charge the barricades, they found hobbits willing to fight them hand to hand. The battle was brief and brutal, and the ruffians broke and fled with nearly half their number dead or captured. The victory shocked the hobbits as much as it did the ruffians. They had never imagined they could fight men and win, but under the leadership of the 4 travelers, they had done exactly that. The success emboldened them, and hobbits across the Shire rose up against Sharky's remaining forces. The ruffians found themselves hunted and driven out by an aroused population that would no longer tolerate their presence. Sharky himself appeared at Bag End after the battle, and he was revealed at last as Saruman, the wizard. He was diminished and shabby, His voice had lost its power, and he looked like a beggar rather than the mighty figure he had once been. Saruman had come to the Shire for petty revenge after losing everything else, and he had taken pleasure in destroying the peaceful land simply because he could. His malice was small and mean, and it had cost him the last shreds of his dignity. Frodo confronted Saruman on the steps of Bag End and offered him mercy. He told the fallen wizard to leave the Shire and go wherever he wished, for Frodo would not kill even such a ruined enemy if he could avoid it. Saruman laughed bitterly and spat curses at the hobbit who dared to show him pity, but he turned to leave because he had no other choice. His power was broken, and his servant Wormtongue was the only companion he had left. Wormtongue turned on his master in that moment. The wretched creature had endured years of abuse and contempt from Saruman, and something finally broke inside him. He drew a knife and stabbed the wizard in the back, killing him on the doorstep of Bag End. Hobbit archers shot Wormtongue down immediately afterward, and both villain and servant died together in the dirt. Saruman's body dissolved into mist when he died, and a shape like a pale shrouded figure rose from it and looked toward the west. But a wind came from the sea and blew the shape away, and Saruman was gone utterly from the world. The wizard who had fallen from wisdom to treachery had met his end in the Shire he had tormented, killed by the servant he had tormented in turn. The Shire was free, but the damage would take years to repair. The hobbits began immediately to clean up the mess and to rebuild what had been destroyed. They drove out the last of the ruffians and tore down the ugly buildings that had been erected during Sharky's rule. They started replanting trees and restoring the land to what it had been, and they did so with an energy born of anger and determination. The four travelers were hailed as heroes and saviors, but they took little pleasure in the acclaim. They had returned home to find it violated, and they had been forced to bring war to the peaceful land they had fought to protect. The hobbits of the Shire had learned that they could fight and win when necessity demanded it, but it was a lesson they wished they had never needed to learn. The scouring of the Shire was over. The peaceful land had been invaded and occupied and then freed by its own people. And the hobbits understood now that their safety had never been guaranteed simply by their isolation. They had learned that evil could reach even into the most protected places, and that sometimes even the smallest folk had to take up arms to defend what they loved. The hobbits threw themselves into rebuilding the Shire with a determination that surprised even themselves. Sam took charge of replanting the trees and restoring the gardens, working from dawn until dark with soil under his fingernails and purpose in his heart. He used the gift Galadriel had given him in Lothlorien, a box of earth from her garden and a silver seed within it. Sam planted the seed where the party tree had stood, and he scattered the blessed earth wherever the damage had been worst. The Malaran seed sprouted and grew with unnatural speed. Within weeks it was taller than a sapling should be, and by spring it was a young tree of startling beauty. Its bark was silver grey, and its leaves turned gold in autumn, but did not fall, and it became the wonder of the Shire. The Malone was a living reminder of the wider world and the grace of the elves, and it stood in the party field as proof that even terrible wounds could heal given time and care. The Shire recovered through the winter and into the new year. The ugly buildings were torn down and new holes were dug in the proper hobbit fashion. Trees were planted along every lane, and farmers returned to working their own land without interference. The hobbits who had learned to fight put away their weapons and returned to being farmers and craftsmen, and life slowly returned to the comfortable patterns it had followed for centuries. But Frodo did not recover with the land. The wounds he had taken on Weathertop and in Shelob's lair and on the slopes of Mount Doom had never fully healed. His shoulder ached where the Morgul blade had struck him, and the place where Gollum had bitten off his finger pained him constantly. He grew pale and thin through the winter despite eating well, and he would wake sometimes from nightmares he could not describe. Sam watched his master with growing concern. Frodo smiled and worked on his book and tried to seem well, but Sam knew him too well to be fooled. The ring had marked Frodo in ways that went deeper than physical wounds, and the Shire that had once been his haven now felt too small and too bright and too loud. Frodo was fading slowly like a candle burning down, and there was nothing Sam could do to stop it. The anniversaries were worst. On the date when Frodo had been stabbed on Weathertop, he fell ill and could barely rise from bed. On the anniversary of Shelob's attack, he grew feverish and trembled with pain that had no physical source. The calendar of his suffering repeated year after year, and each repetition left him weaker than before. Frodo understood gradually that he would never be whole again, that some wounds could not heal in Middle-earth. Gandalf came to the Shire in September of the year 3021, riding through the lanes as if he had never been away. He spoke with Frodo privately, and they walked together in the garden where the Mallen tree grew tall and beautiful. The wizard told Frodo that the time had come for certain bearers of the rings to depart Middle-earth and sail to the Undying Lands, where they might find peace. Frodo understood what Gandalf was offering, and his heart broke and mended in the same moment. Sam knew something was happening when Frodo began putting his affairs in order. His master signed over Bag End to Sam, and gave away his belongings to friends and family. He finished his book and sealed it in a red leather cover, and he gave it to Sam with instructions to add the final chapters when they were lived. Frodo spoke of going away for a time, and Sam heard the words without understanding their full weight until it was too late to protest. They rode toward the Grey Havens on September 29th. Frodo and Sam, together with Gandalf and several elves who were also taking ship. They met Merry and Pippin on the road, for the two younger hobbits had somehow learned of the journey and had come to say farewell. The four companions rode together one last time through the evening toward the western shore. Bilbo was waiting at the havens, ancient and frail and ready to depart. The old hobbit greeted Frodo with joy and confusion, for his mind wandered and he was not always certain where he was. But he knew he was going on one last adventure, and that was enough. Círdan the shipwright stood by the white ship that would carry the ring-bearers over the sea, and he welcomed them aboard with grave courtesy. Frodo said goodbye to Merry and Pippin first. He embraced them and thanked them for their friendship and their courage, and he told them to live well in the Shire and to remember him with joy rather than sorrow. The two younger hobbits wept openly as they had not wept since the war, for they understood now that this parting was forever. Frodo was leaving Middle-earth, and he would never return. Sam stood last, and the farewell between master and servant was too deep for many words. Frodo told Sam that he had been the best friend anyone could hope for, and that the Shire would be safe in his hands. Sam begged to come too, for he could not imagine life without Frodo, but his master refused gently, Sam belonged in the Shire with Rose and the life he would build there. And Frodo's path led away from Middle-earth to a rest that Sam did not yet need. Frodo boarded the ship with Bilbo and Gandalf and Galadriel and Elrond and the other bearers of the Elvish rings. The ship pulled away from the shore as the sun set, and it sailed west into the golden light. Sam stood on the shore with Merry and Pippin beside him, watching until the ship disappeared beyond the horizon. The ring-bearers were gone to the undying lands, and the Third Age ended with their departure. The Fourth Age began on that September evening as 3 hobbits turned their horses toward home. Sam rode in silence, with tears on his face, grieving for the loss of the friend he had followed through fire and darkness. But he would go home to Bag End and to Rose, who waited for him there, and he would build a life in the Shire that Frodo had saved but could not stay to enjoy. The Malin tree would grow and the seasons would turn, and Sam would carry on because that was what Frodo had asked him to do. Sam returned to Bag End on the evening of September 29th in the first year of the Fourth Age. Rose Cotton was waiting for him, for she had known where he was going and what it would cost him. She saw the grief in his face, and she held him while he wept, and she asked no questions about what had happened at the Grey Havens. The hole was empty without Frodo, but it was Sam's now, and Rose would help him make it a home again. They were married in the spring of the following year. The wedding was a joyful affair that brought together hobbits from across the Shire, and for a day Sam forgot his sorrow in the happiness of beginning a new life with Rose. They settled into Bag End together, and Rose brought warmth and laughter back to the rooms that had been so quiet since Frodo departed. Sam planted gardens with a dedication that bordered on obsession, filling the grounds with growing things as if he could heal his heart by healing the earth. The Shire flourished in the years following the war. The Malin tree grew tall and magnificent in the party field, a wonder that drew visitors from all 4 farthings. The harvests were abundant beyond anything in living memory, as if Galadriel's gift had blessed not just the places where Sam scattered the earth, but the whole land around them. Hobbits spoke of it as the Golden Age, a time when everything grew and prospered and the shadow of the war years faded into memory. Sam was elected mayor of Michelle, delving in the year 7 of the Fourth Age. He had not sought the position, but the hobbits insisted, for they knew what he had done, even if the full tale was not widely told. Sam served his 7-year term with the same dedication he brought to everything, managing the postal service and presiding over festivals and doing all the small tasks that kept the Shire running smoothly. When his term ended, the hobbits elected him again, and then again, until he had served 7 consecutive terms spanning 49 years. Children came to Bag End in steady succession. Elina was born first, and she had her mother's golden hair and her father's steady nature. 13 children in all were born to Sam and Rose over the years, and Bag End rang with their laughter and their quarrels. Sam raised them with stories of the great journey and the friends he had known, and he taught them to value courage and loyalty and the simple goodness of working with their hands. The Red Book sat in a place of honor in Bag End's study. Frodo had left it to Sam with instructions to complete it, and Sam added chapters recording the scouring of the Shire and the departure of the ring-bearers. He was not as skilled a writer as Frodo or Bilbo had been, but he wrote with honesty about what had happened and what it had meant. The book became a treasure of the Shire, copied and passed down through generations, the complete tale of the War of the Ring as told by those who had lived it. Sam never spoke much about Frodo to outsiders. The wound of that loss remained tender all his life, and he could not casually discuss the friend he had followed into darkness and then watched sail away beyond reach. But with his children he was more open, and he told them about their Uncle Frodo, who had saved the world and paid a price too high for the telling. The children grew up knowing that someone they had never met had done something extraordinary, and that their father had stood beside him through it all. The mallow tree became the glory of the Shire. It stood taller than any tree in the Four Farthings, its silver trunk rising straight and its golden leaves rustling in the wind. In autumn it glowed like fire, but the leaves did not fall until spring, when new growth pushed them off. Birds nested in its branches and hobbits picnicked in its shade, and it served as a living memorial to the journey that had saved them all. Rose was Sam's anchor through all the years. She kept him grounded when his thoughts drifted to memories of fire and darkness, and she reminded him that life was meant to be lived in the present rather than the past. She gave him the family he had always wanted and the peace he had earned, and she loved him without reservation or doubt. Sam knew himself blessed beyond any deserving, and he treasured every ordinary day with a gratitude born of having seen how quickly the ordinary could be lost. Merry and Pippin visited often through the years. They had settled back into the Shire, but they were changed as Sam was changed, marked by the war and unable to fully return to the innocence they had known before. The three of them would sit together and remember the fourth, who was missing, and they would talk of old times with the ease of those who had shared trials beyond normal understanding. These visits were bittersweet but necessary, for only with each other could they speak freely of all they had seen and done. The Shire forgot slowly that it had ever been in danger. The generation that had lived through the war years passed away, and their children knew the tales only as stories rather than memories. The hobbits returned to their comfortable certainty that nothing important ever happened in their small land, and they were content in that ignorance. Sam watched this forgetting with mixed feelings, glad that hobbits could live in peace, but sad that they did not understand what peace had cost. Sam served the Shire faithfully through all his years as mayor. He improved the roads and maintained the postal service and mediated disputes with the fairness that had always characterized him. He planted trees across the Four Farthings, using the last of Galadriel's gift to help the land recover from the damage Sharkey had done. The Shire under his stewardship became more beautiful and more prosperous than it had ever been, and hobbits called him Sam the Great, though he would never have used such a title himself. He was simply Sam Gamgee, gardener of Bag End, who had gone on a journey with his master and come back to build a life in the land they had saved. He had 13 children and a wife he loved and work that satisfied him, and he lived in the hole that Bungo Baggins had built and Bilbo had filled with wonders and Frodo had left to him as his dearest inheritance. The greatest hero of the age lived quietly among his own people, known to them but not fully understood, honored but not worshipped, content with the simple good life that hobbits valued above all else. Merry and Pippin did not remain long in the Shire after the war years passed. They had tasted the wider world and served great kings, and the comfortable provincialism of hobbit life no longer satisfied them completely. They travelled often to Gondor and Rohan, maintaining the friendships they had forged in fire and honouring the oaths they had sworn. The Shire thought them strange for wandering so much, but then the Shire had always thought the four travellers strange. King Elisar welcomed them in Minas Tirith and gave them places of honour in his court. Merry and Pippin rode in the king's company and sat at his table, two small figures among the great men of Gondor who remembered what these hobbits had done in the war. They were present at councils and celebrations, and they carried messages between the kingdoms when trusted couriers were needed. The hobbits served the king faithfully for decades, growing old in his service but never regretting their choice. The years accumulated and the companions of the fellowship grew fewer. Legolas sailed west to the Undying Lands, taking Gimli with him in defiance of all precedent, for no dwarf had ever been granted that passage before. Aragorn ruled long and well, but even the blood of Númenor could not grant him immortality, and he chose his own death in the year 120 of the Fourth Age. The king lay down at last and passed peacefully, and Middle-earth mourned the loss of its greatest ruler. Rose died in the year 61 of the Fourth Age. She had been Sam's companion for 60 years, the mother of his children and the centre of his life in the Shire. Sam grieved for her as he had grieved for Frodo, and the hole at Bag End seemed empty despite being full of children and grandchildren. He was 102 years old, and he had lived longer than most hobbits, but his strength remained and his mind was clear. Sam gave the Red Book to Elena, his eldest daughter, and told her to guard it and pass it down through the generations. He put his affairs in order with the thoroughness that had always characterized him, making certain that his family would be provided for and that his gardens would be tended. Then he rode to the Grey Havens with Eleanor beside him, and at the shore he kissed her goodbye and boarded the white ship that waited for the last ring-bearer. The ship sailed west on the evening tide, carrying Sam to the Undying Lands where Frodo waited. The gardener who had followed his master through fire and darkness was granted the same grace, allowed to pass over the sea to the rest that ring-bearers had earned. Sam was the last of the fellowship to leave Middle-earth, and with his departure the company that had saved the world was gone from mortal lands forever. Merry and Pippin remained for a few years more. They returned to the Shire after Sam's departure, and they lived quietly in their ancestral homes. But the land seemed smaller and emptier without their friends. In the year 63 they travelled together to Gondor one final time, and there they gave up their lives within days of each other. The king who ruled after Aragorn laid them in the House of Kings beside the king they had served, and monuments were raised to honour the hobbits who had stood at the great battles. The Shire continued in the peace that had been won for it. New generations were born who knew the War of the Ring only as a distant tale, something their grandparents spoke of occasionally but which seemed to have no connection to their comfortable lives. The malin tree grew tall in the party field, and children played beneath it without knowing what it represented. The Red Book was copied and passed down, but most hobbits never read it, for it was long and full of concerns that seemed irrelevant to daily life. The hobbits forgot slowly and completely that they had ever been part of great events. The Shire returned to its ancient isolation, turning inward and paying no attention to the kingdoms of men or the last elves departing over the sea. The old stories became legends, and the legends became fairy tales, and eventually even the fairy tales were half forgotten. The hobbits were content to farm their land and eat their meals and live in peace, and they had no interest in adventures or heroes or the wider world. Sam's children and grandchildren kept the memory alive longer than most. They tended the gardens at Bag End with the devotion Sam had taught them, and they read the Red Book and told their own children about the great journey. But even in that family, the memories faded with each generation, becoming less immediate and less real. The direct knowledge of what had happened gave way to stories, and the stories became simplified and romanticized until they bore only passing resemblance to the truth. The Fourth Age moved forward, and Middle-earth changed in ways the Hobbits barely noticed. The kingdoms of men grew and spread, and the last elves departed for the undying lands, and the dwarves delved ever deeper into their mountains. The Shire remained at peace through all these changes, protected by its insignificance and its remoteness. The Hobbits had saved the world once, and then they had returned to being exactly what they had always been, small folk living small lives and asking only to be left alone. The great deeds were done and the heroes were gone. 4 hobbits had walked into legend and then walked back out of it into ordinary life, and the Shire they saved had forgotten them almost before they were dead. But the Malin tree still grew and the land still prospered. And perhaps that was memorial enough for folk who had never sought glory and who had wanted only to go home when their task was finished. The Red Book of Westmark became the most precious heirloom of Sam's line. Elena kept it safely and passed it to her own children with instructions to guard it carefully, and they in turn passed it down through the generations. The book was copied several times over the centuries that followed, for the original pages were growing fragile and the ink was fading. Each copy was made with painstaking care to preserve every word exactly as Bilbo and Frodo and Sam had written them. One copy went to Great Smiles, where the Tooks kept it among their family treasures. Another was sent to Brandy Hall, and the Brandybucks added their own annotations and family records to the margins. The copies spread slowly through the Shire, and some even travelled beyond its borders, carried by the few hobbits who still wandered into the wider world. Scholars in Gondor studied the Hobbit chronicles and incorporated them into the great histories of the age, and the tale of the ring became known throughout the realms of men. But in the Shire itself, the Red Book was more treasure than text. Most hobbits never read it in full, for it was long and detailed, and it spoke of matters beyond their daily concerns. They knew it was important because their ancestors said so, and they preserved it with the same care they gave to family silver or ancient deeds to property. The book existed more as symbol than story for most hobbits, proof that their people had once done something significant even if the details were hazy. The tale of the ring passed into legend slowly over the generations. The hobbits who had known the travelers personally died, and their children, who had heard first-hand accounts, grew old and passed away in turn. What remained were stories told by those who had heard them from someone who had heard them from someone who had been there. And with each retelling, the details shifted and changed. The essential truth remained, but the texture of reality faded, replaced by the simplified drama of tale-telling. Frodo became a figure of legend rather than a person of memory. The hobbit who had carried the ring was transformed in the telling into a hero without flaws or doubts, and his struggle with the ring's power was forgotten in favor of simpler narratives of courage and sacrifice. Sam was remembered as the faithful companion, but his own heroism was diminished. Reduced to the role of servant rather than recognized, as the equal partner he had been. Merry and Pippin became brave young hobbits who rode to war, and the complexity of what they had endured was lost. The Shire endured through all the ages that followed. Kingdoms of men rose and fell. Dynasties succeeded one another in Gondor and in the northern lands, and wars were fought in distant places that hobbits never heard about. But the Shire remained largely unchanged, generation after generation of hobbits, farming the same fields and living in the same holes their ancestors had dug. The small folk outlasted the grand because they had never aspired to grandeur, and they adapted to changing times by ignoring them as much as possible. The Malin tree stood through the centuries as a living link to the elder days. It grew ancient and vast, its silver trunk thicker than any other tree in the Shire, and its golden canopy visible for miles. Hobbits picnicked in its shade, and children climbed its lower branches. But few of them knew any more what the tree represented or where it had come from. It was simply the party tree, the great Malorn that had always stood in that field, and its origins were no more questioned than the origins of the hills or the rivers. The old stories became fairy tales told to hobbit children before bed. Tales of a magic ring and a dark lord and brave hobbits who saved the world were recited alongside stories of talking animals and helpful elves and treasures hidden in dragon hoards. The children listened with wide eyes and asked if such things had really happened. And their parents said yes, but in a tone that suggested maybe and long ago, and does it really matter? The tales were entertaining, and they taught good lessons about courage and friendship, but they were not treated as history in any meaningful sense. Some families maintained better records than others. The Tooks and the Brandybucks and Sam's descendants kept their copies of the Red Book, and they read from it occasionally at family gatherings. These hobbits knew more of the true story than most, and they took pride in their ancestors' deeds, but even among them the past grew distant and difficult to grasp. How could comfortable hobbits living in peace understand what their ancestors had endured in war and darkness? The gulf of experience was too wide to bridge with words alone. The Fourth Age stretched into the Fifth and beyond, though hobbits paid little attention to such dating systems. They kept their own Shire reckoning, and they marked time by local events, rather than the grand movements of history. The world outside continued its changes, and eventually the dominion of men spread across all of Middle-earth. But the Shire maintained its independence through obscurity and through the basic fact that no one wanted to bother conquering. A land of small farmers who possessed no wealth worth taking, the hobbits proved more enduring than the elves, who had seemed immortal, more lasting than the kingdoms of the Dúnedain, who had ruled for ages. They endured because they were small and adaptable, and because they wanted nothing that others might covet. They had saved Middle-earth once in the great crisis of the Third Age, and then they had returned to being hobbits, and had survived by being exactly what they had always been. The meek inherited the earth, not through conquest, but through persistence, outlasting the mighty by the simple expedient of continuing to exist when the mighty had gone. The Red Book remained in the Shire, copied and recopied as the centuries turned. The tale it told was the greatest story of the age, the account of how the smallest folk accomplished what the greatest could not. That story would endure as long as any memory of the Third Age remained, preserved in the words that Bilbo and Frodo and Sam had written. The hobbits who lived in later ages might not fully understand what their ancestors had done, but the record remained for those who cared to read it and to remember. The Shire stands today much as it stood in the ages past. The hills roll green beneath the sky, and the gardens bloom in their seasons. And hobbits live in their holes with the same love of comfort and peace their ancestors knew. The great events of the Third Age are distant now, so distant they seem like tales from another world entirely. But the land remembers even when its people have forgotten, and the marks of those days remain for those who know how to look. The malon tree still grows in the party field, ancient beyond measure. Its silver trunk rises straight and true, and its golden leaves catch the light like living fire. Children play beneath its branches without knowing that it came from Lothlorien as a gift to Sam Gamgee, who saved the world. The tree is simply there, a part of the landscape as permanent as the hills, and its origins have faded into the mist of time that obscures all old things. Bag End sits beneath the hill as it has for centuries. The round green door opens onto rooms that have housed Bagginses and their heirs through all the ages since Bungo first dug the hole. The library still holds books, though many of them are newer than the ones Bilbo collected. And the garden still blooms, though other hands tend it now. The whole is occupied by distant descendants of Sam and Rose, who barely remember that their ancestor once carried a ring into fire, or that Frodo Baggins sailed to the undying lands from grief and weariness. The hobbits themselves continue in their ancient patterns. They farm the land and raise families and celebrate birthdays with the enthusiasm their people have always shown. They eat 6 meals when they can manage it, and they smoke pipeweed in the evenings, and they gossip about their neighbours with the detailed interest that hobbits have always brought to local affairs. The Shire is still the Shire, unchanged in its essentials, despite all the ages that have passed. But something was won in those desperate days of the late Third Age that the hobbits still possess without understanding its value. The Shire endured when greater realms fell because 4 hobbits walked into darkness and did not break. The peace that hobbits treasure and take for granted was purchased at a price they cannot imagine. Paid by folk they claim as ancestors, but barely remember as real people who suffered and bled and made impossible choices. The role of hobbits in saving Middle-earth was never fully understood by those who came after. How could comfortable folk living in peace comprehend what their ancestors had accomplished? The gulf between the quiet Shire and the fires of Mount Doom was too wide to cross with imagination alone. The later generations knew that something important had happened, but the reality of it slipped through their fingers like water, leaving only stories that grew simpler and less true with each retelling. Yet the essential truth remained embedded in the land and in the people. The hobbits were small and overlooked, considered insignificant by all the great powers, and precisely because of that, they had accomplished what warriors and wizards could not. The ring went to its destruction, carried by hobbits, because hobbits were too small for the Dark Lord to take seriously, too simple to be corrupted quickly, and too stubborn to give up even when all hope seemed lost. The Shire stands as a reminder that size and strength are not what matter most when the darkness comes. For hobbits who wanted only to go home had saved the world because they were loyal and courageous, and because they kept going when anyone sensible would have stopped. They were not chosen for greatness by any obvious measure, but they proved great when greatness was needed. That is the lesson the Shire teaches to any who care to learn it, though few enough do the learning. The free peoples of Middle-earth owe their freedom to hobbits who never sought recognition and who wanted only to return to their comfortable holes when the task was done. The smallest folk in Middle-earth carried the greatest burden, and they did not ask for thanks or monuments or remembrance. They simply did what needed doing, and then they went home and tried to live normal lives, though the wounds they carried prevented true normalcy from ever returning. Frodo and Sam and Merry and Pippin changed the world, and the world forgot them. But the Shire remains at peace, generation after generation of hobbits living safely in the land their ancestors saved. The malin tree grows, and the fields are green, and smoke rises from comfortable holes where families gather for supper. That peace is the true monument to the four travelers, more lasting than any statue and more meaningful than any song. They wanted the Shire to survive, and it survived, and perhaps that is memorial enough. The chronicle is complete now, the tale told from beginning to end. We have walked together through 2,000 years of Hobbit history, from mysterious origins in the Vales of Anduin through the founding of the Shire to the Great War that nearly destroyed everything. We have seen hobbits prove themselves braver and stronger than anyone imagined, and we have seen them return to being exactly what they always were. The story has come full circle, and the firelight is burning low. So rest now, wanderer. The tale is finished, and the hobbits sleep peacefully in their holes beneath the stars. The Shire endures through all the ages, a green and quiet land where small folk live their small lives and ask only to be left in peace. The world is wide and full of wonders still, but tonight our journey ends here where it began, among a people who saved everything by being nothing more than themselves. May you sleep well and dream of gardens and good earth and the simple comfort of home. The fire is embers now, and the night is gentle.